Maritime Services Dubai. So Mr. Shankar is the founder of Arush Maritime Services. It's a Dubai-based boutique shipbroking and advisory firm built on expertise, integrity, and innovation. And with over 25 years of experience in global ship sale and purchase, new building demolition, valuations, and transaction advisories, he's worked with leading companies. So we are indeed, it's a privilege to have you here. We have Captain Pankaj Kapoor, the managing partner of Quadrant Legal. Captain Kapoor is a maritime lawyer and managing partner of Quadrant Legal, based out of Mumbai. He's a very well-known face. He's part of various committees constituted by the highest office in the country, the Prime Minister office. Besides that, he's a part of various committees which have been constituted by Niti Aayog also. And he's been a member or instrumental in drafting the National Maritime Policy. So he operates this law firm today. Then we have Captain Patnaik, S.R. Patnaik, who's the managing partner and CEO of Pan Bulk Shipping. Indeed, it's a great pleasure to have Captain Patnaik also on the panel. He's a visionary maritime leader with 37 years of global experience, from commanding ships to transforming enterprises, which that he owns now. Mr. Rahul Bhargav, CEO of Seros Shipping Limited. May I kindly request you to join on stage. He began his maritime career in 1977, same year when our DG Shipping also joined the services, and he joined T.S. Rajendra and has spent over 48 years in the industry, from cadets to master mariner and commanding VLCC and ULCCs. Great experience of Captain Rahul Bhargav will be guiding us through this session today. And in the end, we have another very important functionary and very, very illustrious official, Captain S.I. Abdul Kalam Azad, who's the nautical advisor to the Government of India, DG Shipping, a graduate from Madurai Kamaraj University with Bachelor of Engineering in Electronics and Communication. After his brief engineering tenure in various firms, he joined the Shipping Corporation, and now he is into the Indian Maritime Administration since 2008 as the Nautical Surveyor cum Deputy Director General of Shipping. So we start the proceedings with a presentation and a welcome remarks from the chair, and then we take forward this session. May I now request you?
Namaskar. Welcome one and all. It's a rather thinly attended session, but I do believe it's a very critically important session. It's the GMIS, CMEC RIS AMRIT KAAL session at the India Maritime Week 2025. It's partnered by the Research and Information Systems for Developing Countries, and the organizer, of course, is CMEC, the Center for Maritime Economy and Connectivity. There are three specific sessions. The first, the present one, we are looking at registration. How do we look at the paradigm in terms of vessels and registration? The second, interestingly, is about, while we're talking about augmenting tonnage, how does the purview of the tonnage tax play? And the last session in this triumvirate focuses on exploring innovative maritime financing exclusively for ships. I'll quote our Honorable Prime Minister, who has said that in these times of global uncertainty, India is a voice of stability and reliability. Why I'm saying this is shipping is essentially international. I don't need to repeat it again, but there are multiple conflict points and multiple geopolitical uncertainties. Russia, Ukraine, Israel, Iran, even back home in our neighborhood, Operation Sindoor. The Indian economy and its story is well documented. We are presently the fourth largest, close to 4.2 trillion in terms of GDP, a CAGR of close to 7%. We'll be pushing by 2028 being the third largest and the fastest growing economy globally. What would India be defined by? My comprehension is 4 M's. Definitely most populous, however, a country with the youngest dividend, most diverse, most democratic, and finally, most reliable and stable, because that is the credential for international investment. Our India Maritime Vision 2030 and the AMRIT KAAL Vision 2047 specifies the value of investment we are targeting. The Maritime India Vision looks at around 3.5 lakh crores and generation of 20 lakh jobs. The Maritime AMRIT KAAL Vision looks at close to 80 lakh crores in investment and generating over 1.5 crore jobs. Focusing on why India is pitching for becoming the foremost seafaring nation, presently contributing 12% of the global seafaring pool, pushing to upwards of 20%. 1 in every 4 global seafarer would have Indian credentials. In shipbuilding, a massive push with the very latest approval by the government of its intent of infusing almost 70,000 crores with 4 pillars: the Shipbuilding Finance Assistance, the Maritime Development Fund, the Shipbuilding Development Scheme, and what was stated by the Honorable Chief Guest at the AMRIT KAAL today in the India Maritime Week 2025 inaugural, the Honorable Home Minister, about the specific legal and policy framework. You've had the Merchant Shipping Act 1958, revamped to the Merchant Shipping Act 2025. You've had a Colonial Act on the ports, completely revived to the Indian Ports Act. The focus here is on an effective maritime administration and the ease of doing business. And all of you are also aware, along with the global geopolitical uncertainty, 2 pillars will define the paradigm in maritime: sustainability and technology. I have a brief presentation, will not take much. The first, in terms of ship registry, is about finding the right pitch. The 2 paradigms you have is either you're an open registry, what we offhand refer to as flags of convenience, or a closed registry. Now, there is a lot of sway in the ownership restriction, the crew nationality manning your vessels, taxation issues, regulatory oversight, registration processes, safety, labor standards, ships as strategic assets, and of course, if you look at the global share, the very last row, 70% is essentially flags of convenience. 30% is around what comprises the tonnage under closed registry. If you look at the dominant open registries, and why I'm listing them out is, with this eminent panel here, today we are going to deliberate the basis, and the cusp of time is such that it is just appropriate. You have the Parliament's consent on the Merchant Shipping Act Section 15 and 16 completely redefine the erstwhile Section 22. And that's where my eminent colleague, I believe, the Director of Maritime Administration would also be presenting. How exactly is the legal framework being made enabled for the ease of doing business? So on the screen you have Liberia, Panama. Now Panama has a phenomenal registry in terms of the ease of online registry, the flexibility. Marshall Islands, most Asian nations have chosen to basically gravitate to the Marshall Islands registry. And of course, you have Malta, Cyprus, Antigua, and this is in terms of the tonnage they have. I leave it to my eminent colleague, Shri Mandeep ji, to elaborate on all of these. But if you look at what's happening in the legal framework, is something which is near revolutionary. You're having ownership liberalization from what was specified in Section 22 of the erstwhile Act. You're looking at more than 50% FDI in vessel ownership. You're looking at NRIs investing, overseas Indian citizens, and also joint ventures becoming tentative ship owners on the registry. The registration scope and the ambit has increased to non-propelled vessels. That adds on a lot of tonnage which presently is knocked outside your registry. You have the bareboat charter demise, which is an asset-light augmentation of tonnage. You have specific niche requirements on your registry like abandoned vessels, then you have recycling vessel registration, reverse flagging, again while you maintain the parent link as per Article 91 of the UNCLOS, and the new aspect of coastal ship licensing. India doesn't have a profound cabotage, but it does have the right of foreign first refusal. And basically what we are doing out here is by bringing a completely different Coastal Shipping Act, doing away with the licensing, at least for vessels that fly the Indian flag. Of course, one specific issue which has been written a lot about, spoken a lot about, is the gift city. While we work at the basis of the draft rules for registration, one via media could be having an international ship registry, like the Danish registry or the Norwegian registry. The other could be having a unified universal registry, however providing a specific dispensation. Being a special economic zone, it is deemed foreign territory for taxation, has inherent benefits. However, registry in the domestic tariff area would lend it askew unless we have a very fine balance between the two. Yes, as the Directorate General of Shipping, we do address operational issues and questions which are still open-ended. Age norms, safe manning, crewing mandates. Is our tonnage tax regime good enough? And how good is the digital and online experience for a nation wanting to push its tonnage to one of the foremost maritime nations? Today, we are privileged to have this eminent panel. We have Mr. Mandeep Randhawa, who will be making a brief presentation on the Merchant Shipping Act. He, as the Director of Maritime Administration in the Ministry of Ports, Shipping and Waterways, spearheaded the entire effort for reworking and amending the entire Merchant Shipping Act. I think a round of applause for him for his personal efforts is due. We have very eminent panelists, and it's a privilege to share the dais with them. Dr. Shishir Shirotia, I would be handing over the proceedings to him. Captain Pankaj Kapoor from Quadrant Legal, Mr. Ravi Shankar, MD, Arush Maritime Services, Dubai, Captain Patnaik, Captain Rahul from Seros Shipping, and of course, my eminent colleague, Captain Azad, who is the nautical advisor. I would reiterate again, the canvas is open for being painted in the colors we would choose to. And I'll quickly run through the remnant slides just to show you what kind of effort the Maritime Administration is investing. These are the aspects I spoke about on the legislation. However, just on the bareboat charter demise, we just wanted to showcase the level of having scrutinized what exactly are progressive registries and how they have leveraged BBCD as basically an asset augmentation. We need good deliberation because the Indian Maritime Administration has its ears close to the ground. And this is just UK, Singapore, Denmark, Liberia, and Malta. We've also Marshall Islands, Panama, China, Canada, where we're given the insights and garnered what it takes to basically bring this in. Going further, we also have Hong Kong, New Zealand, and Australia. The idea here is India as a country looking at vessels as strategic assets because we have a lot of foreign exchange outgo for our hydrocarbon-based energy imports on foreign flags. The freight outgo itself is quite substantial. Are we looking at diluting our closed registry to an extreme of an open registry? Implying, are we going to dilute our commitment to all the international conventions, the labor standards, safety standards? What about our conformity of always being in the white list in the international MOUs? These are the questions, ladies and gentlemen, we need to answer. And I leave it to the eminent panel and I hand it over to Dr. Shishan. Thank you so much for the opportunity.
Thank you so much, sir. It was wonderful that you could highlight some of the important initiatives, but the panel is so important that a very, like he mentioned, a very important official from the ministry, Shri Mandeep Singh Randhawa, who is heading as the director of this section in the ministry, he himself said that to set the tone for the rest of the discussions, he said that he'll present a few slides, and we are indeed privileged to have Mr. Randhawa with us. So may I request Mr. Randhawa's presentation to be loaded, please? Yes, Mr. Randhawa, please.
Can I have the presentation? Thank you, DG sir, for such a nice word. To just in continuation what DG sir is saying, as you know, the rule-making process is still going on. As you say, the canvas is clean, and we have to choose the colors, sir. In which colors we have to make our painting, sir. And secondly, sir, I just quote one instance, sir, in which we got a representation, sir, whether a LLP can register a vessel in India or not. Our answer was no. So that was, I think, one of the starting point in which we started, that we have to have a proper legal framework in place to have the registration for, taking the broad flagging reforms. We need to have the legislative framework in place, and in this session we are able to get this Merchant Shipping Act passed by the Parliament, both houses of the Parliament, and now it's Act, and rule-making process is going on. I will just present a few of the slides from this Act, because this Act enable all other flagging reforms. And secondly, whenever we talk in the maritime sector about any reforms, in maritime sector, as you all know, this is a global sector, and we require the certainty. And the law is the, law provides this certainty. That's why all the global practices, the enabling provisions has been included in the merchant shipping laws itself, Act itself. and which will be further, enhanced during the rule making. Next. Can we have next slide? Basically, this I will just start from our maritime vision for 2030 and our AMRIT KAAL vision of 2047, in which broad reforms have been identified, and all the reforms related to the flagging of vessels, in addition to other reforms to make India as a bankable jurisdiction, has been identified. And I will quote from Honorable Prime Minister Shri Narendra Modi ji. Quote, history is witness to the fact that whenever Bharat's maritime capability has been strong, the country and the world have benefited greatly from it, unquote. With these words, we are putting our legal reforms, administrative reforms, and all other reforms. Next. This is just a small snapshot. This is just I am showing this snapshot to show the opportunities. Once you flag in India, what all opportunities are available, and basically what was our status in financial year 2014, our current status, and where we are going to reach in 2030 and 2047. Basically, in these sectors, when our goals are clear, that's why we are making our policies accordingly to reach those goals. You can see the growth in the coastal shipping sector, the growth in the inland sector, and with coming up with announcing these three schemes, our basically aspirations for next few years in shipbuilding and flagging. Next. Just I will have brief presentation on basically Merchant Shipping Act. This is the legal framework to realize India's Maritime AMRIT KAAL Vision 2047, and basically this will also to promote the ease of doing business. The main purpose of this act was to align with all the international conventions to make India as a bankable jurisdiction. The registration of vessels is one of the important reforms, also to contain the marine pollutions and also the welfare and training of the seafarers. These are the few of the aspects of the maritime sector which has been included in this Merchant Shipping Act 2025. Next. Basically, again, coming to the main reforms, first, as already said, the new provisions has been included to broaden the ownership and registration of vessels. As DG said, has already said in his opening remarks, that earlier our registration is governed by Section 22 of the Merchant Shipping Act 1958, which only allows Indian citizen, Indian company, or Indian cooperative society. They can only own the vessels, and that's typically a closed registration. Now I will explain in the subsequent slides. More reformatory provisions has been included in our Merchant Shipping Act 2025. Next is the implementation of key international, conventions in the maritime sectors. Although majority of conventions has been ratified and included in the Merchant Shipping Act of 1958, but few of the conventions like blast water conventions, these had been included in the Merchant Shipping Act of 2025. Then the pollution from the bunker oil has been included. These are the few of the conventions which had been included in the Merchant Shipping Act 2025. Next, the focus on the training is given. Earlier, although the DG Shipping is regulatory body for the training of the maritime institutions, but there were some gaps in the Merchant Shipping Act of 1958. Those has been, now fulfilled, and provisions has been included to ensure the, training of our seafarers as per the STCW conventions and also their welfare. Then the enhanced enforcement provisions for the prevention and containment of pollution. There is a separate part to include the provisions regarding the prevention and containment of pollution. That has been included. And basically now there is a legal framework also to take the preemptive and respond to marine incidents. Again, this was a bit a gray area which has been pointed out by high-level TOCTE committee that has been constituted after this. Now this provision has been included in the notification to ensure that based on the global best practices on the scenario as it evolves, sorry. Now the ownership can be decided through the notification by the government. This is the flexibility given to the executive branch of the government. Next is also enables the registration of Indian vessels in another countries, as the government prescribed. Now the government can also, allow Indian flagged vessels to get the registration in other country. There is a provision for BBCD, and also earlier there was a provision that any vessels which is not in India can be registered with Indian flag, but within 6 months that vessel has to come physically to Indian port. That has been removed. No, there is no need for Indian vessels to call to the Indian ports, and also there is provisions for the temporary registration of the vessels for the recycling. In fact, as you know, our country is number 1 or 2 for the ship recycling, and in the coming days, many vessels are going to go for this recycling. We also ratified Hong Kong Convention. With the enforcement of this convention, this business is also going to grow. Now there is a provision in our Act itself that temporary registration for all the vessels coming for the recycling can be given. Next. Basically, this is just impact of all these reforms. This will lead to increase in the Indian tonnage, ease of doing business, and second, the quality training for and skill development of the seafarers, and especially not related to this, there will be development of salvage ecosystem. The Act also talk about the salvage ecosystem, which was lacking in Merchant Shipping Act 1958. The provision has been included. The enabling framework has been included in this Act. Then it talked about the I already preemptive and preemptive measures to marine pollutions, and basically all these reforms will make India as a bankable jurisdiction, because our ecosystem, maritime ecosystem, that is aligned with all the international conventions and make India as a bankable jurisdiction. Next, I got just 2 slides for this coastal shipping related to how this is going to give the advantages to the Indian flag. First, basically this time there is a focus, as DG sir has already told in the inaugural speech, that there is a focus for the coastal trade also, and there is a lot of potential for this coastal trade, as our railway and road network is already overstretched. So now there is a focus of the government also to shift to the coastal trade. We got the coast of 11,000 kilometer, and secondly, to decrease the logistic cost, which is also very important parameter, and also one of the objective of national logistic policy. We also want to increase increase our share of this coastal and inland waterways to 12% in our model, total model. Basically for this, we also want to integrate our Indian inland waterways with Indian coast, and this provision is again within the Act itself. That it will be, mandatory for the government to go for the integrations of the inland and the coastal shipping, inland waterways and coastal shipping, to just reduce the cost and increase the opportunities for Indian tonnage. And secondly, no license will be required for the Indian tonnage. And there is also, provision for formulation of national logistic and inland shipping strategic plan to synergize this coastal shipping. And next is, there will be database, national database for the coastal shipping to just, have the visibility. We normally say that basically there is no visibility for the both, for the investors as well as for the cargo aggregators or cargo owners. They are not getting the visibility. So to increase the investment in this sector and have the visibility and certainty in the future, now this Act talks about the national database of the coastal shipping, in which every information relating with tonnage available for the coasting trade or routes in which the vessels are operating, the cargo which has to be moved on the coastal leg, this will be provided in the database, and this database will be updated on the monthly basis. This is a mandate in the Act itself. As I rightly said, these are not some executive orders. This is the a responsibility which the government has taken on itself, that yes, on monthly basis we will update these database, and this is the legal obligations, not I can say the administrative obligations, to just have certainty and confidence in this sector, that you can come and invest in this sector. At the same time, our cargo owners, they can also plan the movement of their cargo on the coastal leg rather than going for the railway or road. Again, this is just a significance of this act. That next, this is just to promote the for the reduction of the logistic cost. I already covered, and promotion of the green transport. This is just the impact of this our coastal shipping. So only I just want to present few of the slides of the coastal shipping, how this coastal shipping is also going to create an opportunity for Indian tonnage. This was the focus for our legislations, and as DG sir already said, the rule making is going on, and this session will contribute with the ideas how these ideas can be included in the rule makings and for the implementation of these two acts. Thank you very much, sir, for giving an opportunity. Thank you.
Can you hear me? Yeah. So thank you, Mandeep Singh Randhawa ji. You can, the audience will be very happy to see two officials, one after another, highlighting the importance of the Merchant Shipping Act and the initiatives which India has taken. So I'll not make the industry wait, and ask straight off first question to Mr. Captain Pankaj Kapoor, who's also been in the drafting stage of National Maritime Policy, and he's also a legal luminary. So may I ask you, Captain Kapoor, to highlight some of the steps which you want the government to take after this Merchant Shipping Act has been enacted in August of this month, and how would a legal professional would like to outlay these steps for the government, please.
Thank you. Hello. Thank you very much for that, and thank you for inviting. Thank you, DG sir, Mr. Randhawa, for there are a lot of things which I didn't know I've learned today during sir and yours presentation. Yes, Merchant Shipping Act 2025 has come as a pleasant surprise to all of us. It did need a revision, and we are very happy with what has happened. Especially Article 14 and 15 of the Merchant Shipping Act has now opened up ship registration for everybody. That is for non-resident Indians and CIO, that is citizens of Indian origin. Another, while DG sir and Randhawa sir was speaking, I quickly wrote a few points. First is Article 1415 that is opened up to NRI and COIs. It now also recognizes digital documents. That is a very transformative change in our own Merchant Shipping Act. It's for the first time we are recognizing digital documents. That means the registration part becomes very simple. There's hardly anything left for the lawyers, like sir had asked me what, as a legal person, what I would recommend. There's hardly anything. The rule making is going on, I'm a part of that. Another thing which has become very interesting in the new act is that we now have temporary registration. That means ship recycling. It is possible to temporarily register your ship till it is in India, or while it is being switched over from a foreign to an Indian registry, which has happened recently to a very large container company has registered 2 ships in India. So that temporary registration is possible, and it is possible at a very fast state. You don't have to wait for very long. So these things are really something very marvelous which has happened in 2025. Going on with ship registration, I think, yes, India should go for a dual registration. There are options available in the market, and that is legally recognized. One is, of course, a closed registration where only the ships belonging to Indians, and now that we have the Article 14 and 15, only Indians, but we can also explore the possibilities of a open registration. Open registration is where foreign ship owners can come and register in India and take the advantage. No, India is the fastest growing economy in the world. Everybody wants a pie, a piece of the Indian pie. Well, it is now open under 2025. You are most welcome. Come and experience the beauty of our country. So open registry is possible. Currently, what I would suggest as a lawyer, that let's have a 2-tier registration possibilities. One is for closed, that is the national and the closed registry. Other one is the open and hybrid registry. With, of course, open hybrid registry with certain restrictions. And those restrictions, I don't mean to discourage the people who are coming into India. Those restrictions are that we do not want to become a flag of convenience, and hence everyone who comes into India and gets their ships registered should, of course, follow the international conventions like the MLC. There should be no exploitation of the labor. So all these conditions should be imposed, but they are normally followed by everybody. So India is possible. Some balance has to be struck between the closed and the open registry. There are some points I quickly jotted down. It has to be conditional, it has to be phased, and it should provide incentives for all those come into India. By incentives, I feel regulatory incentives, administrative incentives, and tax incentives, which is very freely available in Gift City. I'm a big advocate for Gift City. I feel everyone should come and register their ships in Gift City and experience the beauty of Gift City. We are as good as any other registry. I will not like to take names, but we are as good. Gift City provides that kind of facilities. One has to only come and try it out. A possible roadmap which I would recommend is a clear regulation, and of course, all those who come into India, to monitor them, to help them in getting finance. Finance is a big problem, but I think Gift City has resolved a lot of those issues. We have people from Gift City who are going to speak. We have experts from IFSC who are going to speak on that. Finally, the risks which we are exposed to is that it should not become a flag of convenience. We don't want that. So yes, we should open up with a little bit of limitations and restrictions. We have a very, very good 2025 Merchant Shipping Act. Let us not only make the best of it, but exploit it to our advantage. Thank you.
Thank you, Captain Kapoor, for your remarks. And you touched upon the digitalization and the enabling digital infrastructure which is required to be created. And we have Mr. Ravi Shankar, who's not only a professional in this area, but he's also a trainer and a mentor. So Mr. Ravi Shankar, would you like to tell us what is the kind of digital infrastructure which is required immediately, and what can we learn from the other states which were highlighted by DG Shipping, especially the Liberian registry, which is well known worldwide, and how would you like this digital infrastructure to be enabling immediately? Yeah, please.
Thank you, Dr. Shishir. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. I was really listening intently to DG Shir, and one thing I really liked about the canvas that he was talking about, that the maritime professional experts have to paint the canvas. I want to set the tone that we have to build up or color the canvas, but how big is the canvas? That is one thing we have to understand. I have been shipbroker, assisting my clients in buying and selling of ships for last 25 years. I would have done about, say, close to 200 deals in last 25 years. And every time somebody comes and asks, I'd ask them that, okay, what is a flag you want to use, or what is a registry I want to use? And sorry to say that none of them has so far come that I want to do the Indian flag. But that is what needs to change, actually. And I am based in Dubai, and there are a lot of Indians based in Dubai or in Singapore or in Hong Kong, and they have very good number of ships. They are flagged into Panama, Liberia, Marshall Island. They are Singaporean flagged. So I was thinking that why some of these people or a lot of these people cannot flag their ships to Indian flag. Now that we are seeing that in the new Merchant Shipping Act 2025, all the good ingredients are there that can make us very on par with most of these flags that we are talking about, either Liberia or Marshall Island or Panama. So what all we need to do? One thing is the ease of registering the ship, use of the portal itself, that as a ship owner, how easily for me to get the ship registered, how easy it is for us to upload the documents, how easy it is for us to issue the certificates. And now with the technology and with the legal changes that has come into Merchant Shipping Act, these legal documents can be put on the electronic form. So this is one of the things, and with the AI and the blockchain that is there, I mean, we have been seeing a lot about that. If we integrate the artificial intelligence and blockchain, we'll be able to forecast a lot of the problems that we are seeing in the compliance issue, DG sir. Because a lot of these companies are now there who are giving us the feedback to the people, to the owners, that what is the compliance issues with certain owners or certain ships. So we can always use those technology. I mean, if we want to increase the number of fleet in Indian flag, it doesn't mean that we want to dilute the standard. We can still make the best of the standard because now the technologies are there. And with the blockchain and all these certificates of the ships or certificate of the crew and all these things can be totally immutable. I mean, you can, anybody either in the port or customs or any other government official, they want to verify the certificate, they will be able to check that the authenticity of those certificates. And all these needs to be integrated into the ship registry. Apart from that, we want, we have a good number of ship owners. We want new breed of ship owners to come. I mean, in the if you land in international airport, we see so many private aircrafts there. Why can't we have the good number of ships under the Indian flag and carrying different kind of cargoes? Maybe I'm talking about not only the cargo carriers, I'm talking about the pleasure yachts. People have their own private jets. Why can't we have the private yachts for the people who can afford it? And these will add to the whole lot of dynamics into the DG shipping work. And that is what I'm trying to suggest. And more number of people have been investing into various kind of, say, industries. They have been investing outside. People are going and buying property in, say, Dubai. Why can't they invest into the ships here? So this is the kind of infrastructure we need to build into the Indian registry so that it can become more and more dynamic.
Thank you so much, Mr. Ravi Shankar, for your enlightening remarks. And you touched upon a very important aspect of AI and blockchain, and especially for inspection and scheduling and also enabling the space of work. This is very important. And so my next question is to Captain S.R. Patnaik, who's been a industry voice for a very long time. And may I request you to highlight what kind of attractiveness you've seen in your career as far as this domain is concerned for ship registration, ship flagging, and how would you like the enabling infrastructure which we are creating at the Gift City and the other places, and how can companies like yours can further fuel the initiative what the country desires?
Thank you. Good afternoon to all of you. So I'll give 3 instances. So when I sailed on NIS ship, Norwegian International Registry ship. And what distinctly I saw there is the quality of ship. So I think they really stress upon the quality of the ships. It's again a kind of a hybrid model NIS. They also have NOR, as you know, which is pure national carriers. And they have NIS, which is the international carriers who kind of carry cargo overseas. And NOR is focusing on the cabotage trade in the Norway. So the ships are very high quality. The crew members were very good. So they have a very robust mechanism of inspection of ships. So when you board on an NIS ship as a sailor, when I was sailing, you always felt very good that the ship is a very, very high quality ship. I think that is my major takeaway from my sailing days. Now, when I was CEO of a Tata Group company in Dubai, and we decided to buy a ship, the first ship we registered in Liberia, and as Ravi Shankar very rightly said, there's a huge deliberation where to register the ship. And Tatas being Tatas, they always wanted that we should register the ship in India. And so I was asked that, what's your view? So then when we really deliberated on the pros and cons, we decided that we should go for Liberia. For simple reason, Liberia has a registry. LISCR is there in Dubai. They came to the office, they uploaded all the documents, and within 24 hours we opened FME, Foreign Maritime Entity in Liberia, and entire thing was done within kind of 2 to 3 days. And so I think what comes out here is the ease of doing business, customer-centric approach, that you have to understand the pain points of customer, what they really need, and if you can address most of it, I think then you have done a good job. I think from that angle, Indian Maritime Administration has moved a long way. They've improved a lot in their customer-centric approach, and a lot to be done in that angle. But I think that is something very critical between a flag of convenience and, let's say, a national administration like Norwegian administration, Indian administration, or any other administration. So I think the customer-centric approach, which stands out very, very clearly. So if India has to really think big in terms of registration, I think what is very important is to have this customer-centric approach improved in a big way. So I think, as Captain Pankaj Kapoor said, so going ahead, I think it is important that we have a hybrid model of registration, which is, I think, required to have more number of assets on the Indian flag. India being a rich maritime nation, it needs to have more Indian flag vessels, and we have very, very few. And the kind of coastline that we heard today in the morning session, 11,000 kilometers, 7,500 active kilometer of coastline. I think we need more Indian flag tonnages, and we move a lot of cargo on the Indian coast. We know that how vibrant is Indian coastal business is. Now coming forward to my new entity in Panbulk, we registered the ships in Gift City, and that was a real revelation for us, the kind of facilities that we get in Gift City. The tax holidays, the GST exemption, the customer-centric approach, the ease of doing business, I think all stands out quite well in IFSC, and that's a real big quantum jump that we saw in terms of, let's say, doing business, shipping business the right way. And again, coming back to what we are deliberating, I think Gift City, IFSC is the great platform to have everything there, in the sense we already have, let's say, setting up companies there, we have banks there, financing facilities. We have the first, ours is the first ship which got registered in Gift City, so I know how easy it is to do business there. We have taken ship finance also from the banks which are there, whether it's Yes Bank or RBL or other banks. So we have taken finance, and quite attractive financing. So the financing cost also has improved over a period of time, which is not very high compared to what it was there in international market. So I think ship financing is getting better. The regulatory mechanism is getting better. I think what needs to be done is to consolidate a position, to understand where the loopholes are, where the pain points are, and try to address those pain points. And I'm sure the vision that we have to have our tonnages increased under Indian flag is definitely going to improve. And a very welcome change is the bareboat hire purchase charter, which is coming under again the Indian flag. That's a very innovative idea of registering ships an Indian flag, because that's the quickest way to register ships. Because otherwise, you have to buy ships. It is a highly capital-intensive business. New ships are now costing almost $35–40 million. So how many people have those kind of investments to do? But in a BBHP model where it is a deferred payment structure, I think it is very good that we are also including those tonnages under Indian flag. I think overall, I think things are looking quite good, and I am hoping that with the new Merchant Shipping Act coming up, extending the ownership structure to OCIs and NRIs and let's say other people, I think it's going to add more tonnages. We are also looking at, let's say, the hybrid model. I think this deliberation has to have some outcomes. I think I would strongly recommend a Norwegian model of registration, which is a hybrid model of NIS and NOR, which is a very good model where we keep a good control, oversight on the quality of ships, as well as also we open up the doors for acquiring more ships under our own flag. So that's a very, very good way of looking at increasing the tonnages. Thank you.
Thank you, Captain Patnaik, for highlighting such important things and recommending that the Norwegian model should be followed. But I would like one of our specialists or panelists to also speak upon some different kind of tax, and not the tax, but the incentives which are given, like the Liberia-China bilateral arrangement has a 28% discount on the port dues. So does such kind of arrangements push the industry? Do we need such kind of arrangements, or other arrangements like tax neutrality or faster turnaround and many other things? So what is your opinion? And you've commanded ULCCs and VLCCs. So how will many of these, be coming to India? What's your opinion on that? May you highlight, please? Yeah.
Thank you, Shishir. Well, I had the privilege of, under the company, owning ships under Liberian flag and under the Indian administration. So I can draw a parallel between the two. So let's understand what is the Liberian success story. And on a practical point of view, without going into legislation and everything, on a user of the Liberian flag, I find there are three pillars. One is the tax neutrality. Zero corporate tax, a minimum tonnage tax, and the tonnage tax reduces as the deadweight or the GT increases. Plus, they allow any national to register. It is not restricted to the Liberian people only. That gives them scope to increase the number of ships they have. Second thing is the speed and service. 24/7 global network. You write a message to them, responses within 2 hours. Whatever thing that you're asking, a dispensation or anything, you give them a proper reasoning, the immediate response is there. If I'm going to register a ship, it's a prompt registry. Within 12 hours, you get the temporary register, and 3 to 5 days, you get a permanent register. And third point is credibility and compliance. They are on the white list under Tokyo and Paris MOU, IMO compliant, strong PSC records, and because of all this, they are accepted by all the class and all the insurers. Now let's look at that coming into a different register that we propose, that is IISR. So what do we take from there? We take the good practices out of the Liberian flag. There is certain good practices because they control 17% of the world tonnage. So definitely they are doing something, and we take these three things again back into the so-called the new register that we make. That's the, firstly, the tax neutrality. Definitely 0% corporate tax. Tonnage tax to a minimum can be proposed, or a registration fees and annual fees, which could be considered for the tax purpose. Allow 100% foreign ownership and financing. We can have a DPA, an Indian DPA who will liaise with the DG shipping, because we do need a control. Control is a must, and it should be done under the DG shipping. We should allow a leasing structure to own a charter ships. Second point on speed and services, very important 24/7 service. Full online registration, certification, mortgage recording. Same thing, if you get your registry done as prompt as possible, get your permanent registry within less than a week's time. And all this thing can be AI assisted. Ravi has just spoken detailed on the AI, what we want from AI. Consider we, the Indians, are the best in IT. We are running the IT of the world. So why can't we have a best of the best AI system available here? AI can do document verification, your certificate verification, your crewing management, crew certificate validation. They can also have a reminder system put in, your any certificate expiring, get an advance notice. You can have a predictive analysis done of PSC detentions, casualty reports, and also possibly a chatbot can be made, which can be available across all ship owners worldwide. And the third point, that is the compliance. Compliance, definitely, without control, nothing is possible. So we do need control. How do we make a control? We have to man this with the professionals, have their own independent surveyors, citing it, visiting the ships, and making amendments. So independent audit will do a quality check and maintain it. I think that is what we should propose. Under this, it's an open register. As Pankaj said, we need a hybrid sort of a thing. We need both a dual ecosystem, which will work and increase the Indian tonnage.
Thank you, Mr. Bhargav, for your enlightening remarks. And when you were talking about 24/7 and many other things, nautical advisor, his eyes were brightening and widening. So we have a very important functionary from DG Shipping, the nautical advisor, who is at the helm of doing all these things. So let's hear it from him, that what is your comment on the advisories given by the eminent panelist, and more importantly, how can we take it forward by some sort of pilot or sandboxing approach at the Gift City? The panelist also remarked about the ease of doing business at Gift City, and our next session is going to be chaired by Chairman IFSCA. So he himself is coming down to hear the industry voice. So Mr. Captain Azad, would you like to highlight some of these points? Yeah,
good afternoon to all. I am the only person from the bureaucrat. All other industrial persons are there. Of course, under the leadership of DG sir. I think what suggestions, inputs given by them are very valid. But only thing I just wanted to assure the audience and them, that many of those suggestions are already taken care. You can take Merchant Shipping Act, which is a modern and latest legislation. So 2025, just few months old legislation. We have a Gift City, which has got the financial ecosystem which any ship owner, any charterer wants. So you have a best of both worlds. One side you have a Gift City, which gives a financial ecosystem. You have a modern legislation which permits NRIs, overseas citizens to register, substantial ownership to register and temporary, all kind of possibilities are there in the registration. And it's open-ended. You don't have to amend the act. If you want to add a new category of entities, it gives provisions for it. So that's the flexibility. That's which is the most modern legislation, and decriminalized all the offenses. The ship owner need not worry what will happen if at all there is a mistake. So we have two strong hands, which is together claps and create a lot of noise. You see there's so many news reports. Global ship owners makes beeline to register ships in India because they have done it in the last 6 months. So they already saw the change. In addition to these two more essential is the human capital to man the vessel. Again, the Indian seafarers are the best in the world. So they are readily available, be it a seafarer as well as the shore-based manager who will support the operations. And the fourth is a system, which everybody talks about. The system depends on its leader. We have a Director General of Shipping here who is committed to roll out the latest e-governance platform. As far as registration is concerned, I can assure you that by next month it will be launched. It will be end-to-end digital process. No physical presence is required. I can assure you that even for signing a declaration of ownership nowadays, the ship owner or the representative has to visit the registrar. That everything will be dispensed with, all will be an online process, and the digital registry will be generated on the system. You can download the registry. And the system will tell you what else to be done after registry. Even during the process of registry, system will tell you, okay, you apply for this process, you go for a management, you go for a crewing, and it gives the option to pay the fees collectively. See, I can say that one of the latest platform being developed. Additionally, we can take the suggestion. It will be rolled out for user testing next month. I think whatever Bhargava sir and Ravi Shankar sir, we can take the inputs, and we are always ready to improve on that. So we have all the essential elements for any ship owner to register here is available now. At least maybe by 1st December, digital platform will be on. Already we have a lot of inquiries with respect to bareboat charter registration. Several charterers are waiting, maybe as soon as the rules are notified. As rightly said, it reduces the initial capital. And in India, there are a lot of leasing companies are coming into the gift city, and we will make the BBCD registration as flexible as possible. As DG sir already listed out what are the best practices, we will incorporate whatever maximum possible facilitation through the BBCD. It will be done. So you have all thing is ready. In last 6 months itself, we have registered more than 0.8 million GT, which is we can say the maximum rise in last 5 years, last six months. So maybe by end of this financial, we will cross 1.5 million GT. So our aim is we must reach that top 10 by 2030 and top 5 in 2047. I'm sure that many ship owners, now we are already after the Maersk and CMA, MSCs, we will have a big announcement here from MSC. All other leading shipping lines, be it NOAK and all others, are already interested to open registered ships here. So I can assure the industry as well as the the ship owners that whatever services you are getting, be it Liberia or Singapore, you can get the best of the services. I don't want to label India as a closed registry or open registry. I want them to call us the best registry and smart registry. So that's the target, and at the same time, the flag of convenience is again a very notion. The ship condition is nothing to do with the registry. It is mainly to do with the ship owners. So we have nothing like a substandard registry. We have only substandard owners. Wherever they go, the ship will be substandard. So we, as a government, our role is only to monitor. So this is how, we are showcasing it. I am sure with this first session, you are started with the ship registration, that itself shows the commitment of the entire government machinery. So I am confident that maybe within 1 or 2 years, Indian flag will be considered as the most trusted registry. It will be a flag of pride, flag of respect, and flag of trust. Thank you.
Wonderful, Captain Azad, for highlighting these important points and bringing out that you are bringing out the best registry. So our next session is very close, and we have Honorable Minister of Road Transport and Highways joining that session at 2 o'clock. So we are, cutting it very short. So may I request DG Shipping to kindly conclude with his concluding remarks.
I believe there would be questions and there would be queries. However, the conclusion is first talking about the beginning. As Captain Azad had flagged, that the ownership is specified in the Act. However, it also can further be opened up depending on the extent to which the Government of India graduates it. I am grateful to all the eminent panelists. Mr. Pankaj Kapoor spoke very eloquently about the favorable reception that the industry has given to the change in the legislation. Mr. Ravi Shankar flagged leveraging digital technology, using digital documentation and validation using blockchain. Captain Patnaik was very specific in his recommendation on the international registry and the domestic dual registry under the Norwegian flag. Captain Rahul Bhargav mentioned the ease of doing business with the Liberian registry. All of these inputs are a journey. The timelines are to submit the draft rules to the ministry, then again under the lead of Mr. Randhawa by the middle of January. My eminent colleague Mr. Ash Mohammed is presently working towards that. We are open to suggestions, to deliberations. I am grateful to all the panelists and to Dr. Shishir specifically for curating this session, and for all of you to have given us an attentive hearing. Please do participate as we do our stakeholder consultations for drafting the rules, because that is where the nitty-gritty will be decided. Thank you so much for the opportunity, and all the very best to all the panelists.
Thank you to Shri Shyam Jagannathan sir and all our dear panelists. There were some amazing responses and suggestions that have given valuable insights to all our audience. Can we have a huge round of applause for our guest speakers and panelists here? With that, I would request Shri Shyam Jagannathan sir to kindly present the mementos to all our panelists on stage. First, to Captain Pankaj Kapoor. Thank you. Next, we would like to have Mr. Ravi Shankar on stage, please. Let's keep clapping, please. Thank you. Next, we would like to have Captain S.R. Patnaik on stage, please. Thank you. Mr. Rahul Bhargava. And finally, Captain S.I. Abdul Kalam Azad on stage, please. I would request DG RIS to kindly present the memento to Shri Shyam Jagannathan, sir, please. Let's all clap for Professor Sachin Kumar Sharma on stage. Thank you, everyone. Can we all have all our panelists on the stage together for a group picture? Thank you. We now conclude the first session. Thank you, audience, for your time and patience. We now break for lunch and we see you back in the same room at 1:50. Thank you.
Testing 1, 1, 2, 2. Testing 1, 1, 2, 2. Check, check. 1, 1, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Here it is. Testing 1, 1, 2, 2. Check. 1, 2, 3, 2, 2. Hey, 1, 2, 2, 2, 2, 1. 1, check. Test. 1, 1, 2, 2. लेवल देने बोल रहा है. Check. Check. 1, 2, 3. पहला फिर से देख. दूसरा हेडफोन डाल के भी देख. Check. दूसरा हेडफोन डाल के भी देखो. Check. Test. 1, 2, 3. तो सर ओके अभी है ना वापस दो उसका 6 में डाला. चेक चेक 1 2 3 4 टेक है. आपका चेक चेक. हाँ एक बार देख. चेक. हाँ दे दो. आपका दे दो ना. आपका कैमरे का फैंटम बंद है. मैं आप बात कर रहा हूँ. आपको सब नहीं चाहिए क्या आपको. आपका चेक कर लो. चेक 1 2 3 3 3 3. ठीक है. छः. इसका 5 नंबर पे जो 5 and 6.
Good
ठीक.
afternoon
1
to one
2
and all
3.
present here. We are awaiting the arrival of our chief guest, Honorable Union Minister of Road Transport and Highways, Shri Nitin Gadkari ji, requesting everyone to kindly settle and take your seats. Thank you.
Check 1 2 3 3 3. ये नॉर्मल है. आपका भी ओके है ना सर. Check 1 1 2 3. Check. Test 1 1 2 2 2 3 3 3 3. Check. Testing 1 1 2. Mic test. Check. 1 2 3 3 3 1 1. पक्का.
Good afternoon to one and all present here. We are awaiting the arrival of our chief guest, Honorable Union Minister of Road Transport and Highways, Shri Nitin Gadkari ji. Requesting everyone to kindly settle and take your seats. Thank you. Good afternoon, everyone. Our chief guest, Honorable Union Minister of Road Transport and Highways, Ms. Shri Nitin Gadkari ji, is awaited in a few minutes, requesting everyone to kindly settle and take your seats. Thank you.
Check, check. Ladies and gentlemen, Honorable Minister has arrived. Kindly be seated. Excuse me. Kindly be seated. Honorable Minister is just entering the hall.
Requesting everyone to kindly settle. Our Union Minister will be here shortly. of our Honorable Union Minister of Road Transport and Highways, Shri Nitin Gadkari ji, amidst us. Let's all hear a huge round of applause. Requesting our audience to kindly settle. We will now commence the inaugural session, requesting the respective dignitaries to kindly come up on stage. Professor Prabir De, Dr. Shishir Shrotriya, Professor Sachin Kumar Sharma, DG RIS, Chairperson IFSCA, Shri K. Rajaraman, Commodore Sujit Samaddar, and finally, our Honorable Union Minister of Road Transport and Highways, Shri Nitin Gadkari ji. Let me hear a huge round of applause. I would now like to call upon Professor Sachin Kumar Sharma, DG RIS, to share the welcome address with our audience.
Good afternoon, everyone. I request please settle down, everyone. Okay. Honorable Shri Nitin Gadkari ji, Union Cabinet Minister for Road, Transport and Highways. Shri K. Rajaraman, Chairman IFSCA, distinguished panelists, friends from media, ladies and gentlemen. Good afternoon, everyone. It gives me great pleasure to welcome Shri Nitin Gadkari ji, who is well known for his innovative thinking, new ideas, business-friendly outlook, and speed of implementation to accelerate development of world-class highways and induction of EV and blended fuel to reduce pollution. Therefore, there can be no one more appropriate than Shri Gadkari ji to grace this all-important session. Great round of applause. Thank you. Sir, I just tell something about RIS. The RIS is a policy research institute under the Ministry of External Affairs. It is mandated to advise the Government of India on all matters pertaining to multilateral and regional economic issues, including collaborative arrangement with other countries. RIS has an extensive knowledge base on matters related to trade, connectivity, technological and economic cooperation. Over the last 40+ years in existence, the RIS has spearheaded multidimensional global and regional cooperation activities. A significant milestone in the journey of RIS was the establishment of Center for Maritime Economy and Connectivity under the aegis of Ministry of Ports, Shipping and Waterways. CMEC contributes to evidence-based policy research that aids national policy design, international cooperation, and sustainable technological development. India is embarking on a transformative journey to promote her maritime sector. The Indian growth story offers huge investment opportunity amounting to $1 trillion US. This is a huge opportunity for international investors to participate in India's maritime journey in the AMRIT KAAL for their own benefit, for India's benefit and the global good, as conceived by Shri Narendra Modi ji, Honorable Prime Minister, in his Sagar and Mahasagar vision. Sir, with this session, the CMEC is organizing 3 sessions here, and the goal of this session, especially this one, is to create a new financial mechanism, not a new financial mechanism, but to create an ecosystem where participation is limitless, transparency is apparent, and transaction as secure. Honorable Shri Nitin Gadkari ji and Shri Raja Raman ji, thank you once again for your presence and accepting our invitation. And thank you all for coming and joining us. Thank you very much.
Thank you to our DG RIS, Professor Sachin. Now, for the most awaited moment, we are excited to release the CMEC RIS IMW theme knowledge report on Uniting Oceans One Maritime Vision, India's Maritime Strides. Requesting our dignitaries to kindly release the report. Let's hear a huge round of applause. Thank you. Now, I would like to welcome our Honorable Union Minister of Road Transport and Highways, Shri Nitin Gadkari ji, and deliver the special address to our audience. Please share a huge round of applause for Shri Nitin Gadkari ji.
DG RIS, Mr. Sachin Sharma ji, Chairperson Sri K. Rajaraman ji, all respectable dignitaries on the dais, and dear friends. I am very happy to be present here in this India Maritime Week 2025. This is the platform to celebrate India's maritime strength and future vision. I really giving special thanks to Mr. Sarbanand Sonwal ji for the organizing this historical event, which is very important in the development of our country. India's maritime strength is really one of the great strengths for Indian economy. We have 7,500 kilometer long coastline, and it is really an opportunity in my life. When I was Minister of Shipping, we sanctioned the special waterways bill where 110 waterways, the river, the length is 14,500 kilometers, we convert into waterways. We have got 12 major ports and over 200 minor ports. And our ports are doing excellent job. They are in good profits and 100% in the, particularly the economics of our import and export. Our major ports' role is very important. This is the sector which up till now creates 4 crore jobs. And 95% of the India's foreign trade is with seaways. Water transport is the most cost-efficient and sustainable mode of logistics. This is very important because basically I am responsible for road infrastructure. We have got the good infrastructure, road infrastructure, but as far as the logistic cost is concerned, it is really an important issue for the country. In the whole world, for the development of the economy, the logistic cost is most important. In China, the logistic cost is 8% of the GDP. In European countries and USA, it comes to 12%. And India, it comes to 16%. But now, just 2 months before, I got opportunity to launch the report of KPMG. And that report indicates about the Indian situation that 81% goods traffic is on the road, 1% on the railway, and 18% where the waterways, the sea transport, these are the sector which includes in it. Now the road sector continuously going to increase. This is, as a minister, it will not be appropriate for me, but this is not a good sign. Because using waterways, using water transport is very important. For example, if we are using road, for example, the cost is 10 rupees, for railway it is 6 rupees, and for waterways it is only 1 rupees. Today, we have already developed good highways, and we have also taken decision by particularly changing the fuel. Now we want to convert our transport on electric, ethanol, methanol, biodiesel, LNG, electric, and at the same time on hydrogen. The green hydrogen is the fuel for the future. Presently, we have the import of fossil fuel of 22 lakh crores. And today, this is the appropriate time for developing our economy. We need to develop alternative fuel and biofuel. At the same time, we need to develop our water transport. This is one of the crucial and very important thing which is related with the particularly logistic cost, where our ambition is to reduce the logistic cost up to 9%. Now, just IIM Bangalore, IIT Kanpur and IIT Chennai, they published their report, and by which they indicate that presently the logistic cost in India is reduced by 5%. It means it comes to 11%. But today the way in which we are developing the national highway, the road, the green highway, the access control highway, I am confident that in the end of December this year, we will reduce the logistic cost into single digit, that is coming to 9%. Just 15 days before, I got one opportunity to launch one big project in Sonipat in Haryana. One of the important and big company in the logistic, particularly in the shipping, Bakshi and Company, they have purchased the electric trucks. And their idea is taking their containers from Mudra, from Kandla and from JNPT by truck directly to Sonipat. And as compared with the diesel, the 115 rupees per diesel, the cost of the diesel is there. And the electric cost is only coming to 10 rupees. They have got the special technology, that is swapping technology, by which they are going to reduce the cost. We have also taken decision to start 10 routes where we are using hydrogen. The Tata, the Reliance, Ashok Leyland, Volvo, IPCL, IOCL, NTPC, they are already contributing their new technology in this project on these 10 routes. The idea is taking goods by using hydrogen, and hydrogen is the fuel for the future. I remember when I was minister, we have tried that time to use methanol, particularly in the marine engine, because ecology and environment is equally important. We have to save the money, we have to reduce the logistic cost, but at the same time, we have to protect ecology and environment. Now, particularly in our ministry, we don't have money problem because we every time monetize our project. And that's the reason that we have too much money. Our problem is not money, our problem is how to make fast expenditure in the road construction. The AAA rating we have to NHI, and Mumbai particularly 6 months before, I got appointed to launch our InvIT bond. It was subscribed for 7 days, but first 7 hours in the first day, the bond issue was subscribed 7 times more. Today, we don't have problem. We have projects are ready where we can monetize the project and we get 15 lakh to 16 lakh. But the problem is how we can increase the expenditure, how we can increase the cost of construction, how we can reduce the cost of construction and increase the construction. That is to be very important. Today we are making a lot of green express highway from Mumbai to Delhi within 12 hours. Chennai to Bangalore within 2 hours. The 80% road is completed. At the same time from Delhi to Dehradun in 2 hours, within 2-3 months, we are going to open that highway. So the way in which the road infrastructure we are developing, at the same time we are using alternative fuel and biofuel in place of fossil fuel, that is to be very important. I remember at a time when I was minister, we had taken special cooperation from Cochin Shipyard, and particularly Assam Petroleum, they have manufacturing capacity of 600 ton per day methanol, and we can make methanol from coal. In European countries, already they convert their engines, marine engines, into methanol, and methanol rate is 22 rupees per liter. Somewhere in Indian scenario, it is the time for us that we have to develop our waterways. I remember when I was minister, we taken decision to start RoRo and RoPax in BPT. It is going up to Alibag. And now the idea was at that time that in New Mumbai airport, we insisted already construction of new jetty there. And the idea was from any direction of Mumbai, we can go within 70 minutes to the airport. And that can be possible. I am really happy that today our maritime sector, which is very important, and Honorable Prime Minister has given the special priority for development of this sector. The ship building is very important, and the ship scrapping is equally important. In India already we have got the facility with the international standards and international norms, where it is going to create more jobs in the country. It is going to strengthen our economy. And that is the reason that today we need to have more concentration on development of maritime sector in the country. Our ports, the major ports are doing excellent job. Previously it was the draft of only 14 meters, 16 meters. But at that time when I was minister, we taken a decision to make everywhere 18-meter draft. That is very important for economic viability. But the most important challenge for the sector is to create finance. At that time, there was some problem. The Indian flag vessel, they have to pay more. And that is the reason that our industry was facing a lot of problems. The private ports, private shipbuilding industries, their survival was very difficult. Today, we need to create a special arrangement about supporting them to create financial institution which can be support them. We have got the Power Finance Corporation that is very useful for power generation companies. In NHI, we don't have any finance corporation, but we don't have any problem related with the resources because our economic viability is very good. The internal rate of return in the project is very good. So that's the reason that all banks and the people who are ready to invest in NHI. Our income is now 54,000 crore per year. And next 2 years, it will go up to 1,30,000 crore. And by monetizing that, there is no problem that we can raise the fund. But somewhere in the maritime sector also, we need to think on the line that how we are going to make availability of capital, particularly for the ships and particularly for this sector. The strength of 12 major port is good. At the time when I was minister, the profit of JNPT was 1,800 crore. And the total profit from the major port was going up to 6,000 crore. Somewhere at that time we have decided a new project, Sagar Mala. The costing of the project was 16 lakh crore and the budget for the ministry was only 900 crore. But we use the port's strength. And today I am happy that more than 7 to 8 lakh crores project we have already completed. So we need to understand how we can create the finance. And without credibility and without economic viability, no one is going to support us. And that's the reason that we need to have plan for very, very simplified economic mechanism by which we can raise the funds and create the confidence in the mind of the people. We need transparency, time-bound decision-making process, corruption-free system, and fast-track decision-making process. This is very important. Without that, no one will invest. And without economic viability, we cannot attract the investor to this sector. Today, the huge potential which is available in this sector, it is the time that we need to plan some new economic viable models. It will not be appropriate for me to give you the suggestion because I am also part and parcel of the cabinet. So it will not be good for me. But we can make some new models by which it can be friendly to the investor, by which we can raise the funds. I am really happy that today our infrastructure is moving very fast. The water, power, transport and communication. Without that, we cannot get investment and industrial development and development in trade and business. And without that, we cannot create jobs. And without create jobs, we cannot eradicate the poverty. So creating jobs to the Indian youth is the most important economic policy for the government. And this is the sector where it has got the huge potential. Only the problem is that we need to plan some innovative models by which we can raise the funds. I am really happy at the time. I have taken one experiment. I was feeling that was very good experiment, but after that, it was to become a problem. From JNPT, we construct a big road, the 6-lane cement concrete road from NHI, and at that time, the road ministry and shipping ministry both was with me. So I decided to use the strength of the JNPT and ask them to raise the fund in dollars. The Singapore bank, the DBS bank finances us for that with 2% interest. So my feeling was really it's a good project. We are saving interest cost by 6%. But dollar rupees fluctuation create a lot of problem after that. Today, NHI has taken that project back and returned the money to the banks. So 100% somewhere in the dollars we can accept the investment, but we have to making the hedging for that. Without that, it cannot be given us good positive support for development of our industry. I am really happy that today a lot of world investors, they are very much interested, keenly interested to invest in India because our returns in percentage is good. And that's the reason that we need to have fix up the mechanism that we are going to accept the investment in dollars, how we are going to hedge it. This is the time, particularly for the metro rail, we have taken a lot of finance from Japan. And the yen is a very strong currency. But at the same time, the hedging is there. It's a guarantee from the government. It is the time that I will discuss with Sonwalji that how it can be possible to create more capital for development of this industry. There is no doubt about the economic viability. Only the credibility we need to create. Without credibility, we cannot get finance. The technology is important, but the credibility is the most important particularly in the now today's economic development. Without credibility, we cannot raise the funds. And Indian maritime sector has got the huge potential and a previous record of good economic profits. Our Indian companies are also doing excellent jobs. We are developing new ports. We want to develop waterways. At the time when we have developed the waterways from Varanasi to Haldia, it is to be one of the successful projects. And after Haldia, just going to Brahmaputra, where we have already at that time with the cooperation of World Bank, we completed dredging. At that time, the Bangladesh Prime Minister requested me to, if you can possible, make dredging of Brahmaputra in Bangladesh up to Mungli port. We have taken the decision for supporting Bangladesh and 240 kilometer Brahmaputra, we have made dredging in Bangladesh to create that facility. Somewhere I feel that the new technology is now developed. Now a lot of new technology, by using that technology, new dredgers are available. But at the same time, we need to develop goods transport as well as passenger transport. We are already making one multimodal hub in Jogidopa, where already water port is there, the airport is there, the railway station is there, and national highway is there. The multimodal hub is there. So in different parts of the country, we are now making satellite ports. That is very equally important for attracting people, particularly for the water transport. Huge potential is there, but we need to create credibility and confidence in the mind of the investor. Today, the report which is published is very important. It is the report, the title is Uniting Oceans, One Maritime Vision. That is India Maritime Strives. I feel that this detailed study is very important because without study we cannot have economic viability, and without economic viability we cannot develop good business. I am really happy that today the way in which this report has already have the research of this industry from last many years, it is very useful for the future. The futuristic vision for development, futuristic technology, and futuristic developmental approach of the government is the need of the hour. In this report, particularly, the suggestion which is already there in the report, 100%, our Ministry of Shipping and Government of India and our Prime Minister will also consider all these suggestions, and we will try to make this industry strong. The future of this industry is very bright, very good. I am very much positively confident about it. We are spending 2,80,000 crores only for making roads for the ports, port connectivity. Already 60–70% work is completed. So I am confident that today this is going to change the future of Indian economy. The maritime is really one of the important sector which is going to reduce our logistic cost, which is very important for export and imports. By this report will guide us, will inspire and motivate us for making futuristic policies for that. I am really happy that this convention is going to helpful for all of us, making India economically strong. Once again, I am giving thanks to Shipping Ministry and also inviting me for this program. Once again, my best wishes and support is with Ministry and giving my special thanks to all of you for your great future. Thank you very much. Namaskar.
I would like to call Commodore Shishir Shrotriya to share our heartfelt appreciation to Shri Nitin Gadkari ji.
You've just heard a very, very enthralling and very, very motivating talk and, by our Honorable Minister, sir. He highlighted so many important things, which is regarding the ship finance and this financing for infrastructure. Our industry, the maritime industry, needs close to 1 trillion of investment as per the Maritime AMRIT KAAL vision. And the Honorable Minister, sir, we are so thankful to you to have highlighted the aspects of credibility, futuristic aspects of building trust and technology and so many other things, and also the manpower. What you highlighted, sir, regarding the multiplier effect, the 1 trillion investment and the multiplier effect could lead to so much of growth in our GDP. So there can be nobody better than the Honorable Minister, Shri Nitin Gadkari ji, to have highlighted this aspect of our maritime journey to the Viksit Bharat 2047. We are also thankful to the other dignitaries seated on the dais. Chairman IFSCA, Shri K. Rajaraman, would be chairing a session which Honorable Minister, sir, just mentioned the various aspects of financing and how innovative financing has to happen. So just after this, the chair would be maintaining and taking forward this session with very eminent speakers. As far as the report is concerned, this report has been made through the contribution of illustrious authors across the country, and we have Professor Praveer Day, who was the main curator for this report. We also have Professor Sachin Kumar Sharma, who led this report and who gave guidance on these subjects, and Commodore Sujit Samadar. So maybe have a huge round of applause for the Honorable Minister. May I also request the Chair, Shri K. Rajaraman, to facilitate the Minister, sir, with a very, very nautical kind of a memento which the India Maritime Week has curated. So the team of India Maritime Week has curated these mementos, especially on the nautical theme. The team led by Ministry of Port Shipping Waterways and the Indian Port Association has done a lot of hard work to set up these events. And the whole ministry as well as the organizing team is indeed very, very grateful to Minister Sir for gracing this occasion and highlighting the importance in this AMRIT KAAL session. So this session is the first session, sir, which has started today just after the inaugural program. And we are indeed grateful to you to have graced this occasion and taken forward the proceedings of the AMRIT KAAL session for India. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, everyone. Requesting everyone to kindly settle. We will soon begin with the second session. our second session on innovative mechanisms for ship financing. To commence this session, we have Commodore Sujit Samadhar to moderate our session. He is a visiting fellow at RIS, New Delhi. He is a graduate of IIT Roorkee and has 2 masters in defense and strategic studies. After 30 years in the Navy, he was VP at Tata and CEO of Shinmewa Industries Limited, Japan, followed by senior consultant at Niti Aayog, before joining RIS as a visiting fellow. I welcome Sujit Samadhar to come on stage and begin the proceedings. Let's all hear a huge round of applause.
Good afternoon, everyone, and if you can all settle down. We have a small little process to complete before we start the present proceedings. We have a MOU to be signed off between the Shipping Corporation of India and the others. I'll just read them out. May I request the concerned people to come up in the stage here in a minute. Just kindly wait for a second before I call you. As we start this presentation, may I now request my panel to be here. Sri K. Rajaraman, Chairman IFSCA. He's been the chairman since 1st of August 2023, and he's done 35 years in various leadership roles in government and in the government of Tamil Nadu. Prior to joining IFSCA, he served in the Indian Administrative Services till his retirement in August 2023. He's a fellow engineer and a BTech in Electronics and Communication, a first-class MBA, and Master of Economics. Thank you for joining us, sir. May I now request Captain Vikas Pandey, if you may kindly come up on stage. He's a serial entrepreneur. He's been involved in a lot of work on over 2 decades in industry. He has a master manager who sailed across all types of ships: gas tankers, oil tankers, bulk carriers, container ships, wide variety, involved in survey and operations. Presently, he's the founder and CEO of Shinfinex, which is something that we'll talk about today. My next guest on the panel is Mr. Tony Dagger, Managing Director and Chairman TMC Shipping from UAE. May I now request you to kindly come up on stage. He has 18 years of experience in the shipping industry. His love of ships came from a summer job he took while studying for his degree in economics. I can't recall when was my love for ships, but it was probably not while studying economics. Maybe it was while I was studying engineering. So that's good for us. He's continued to work through college so that by the time he graduated and took up his first position, he already had 4 years hands-on in the industry. He started TMC in 2012, and it's now an extremely successful enterprise. My next panel discussant is Mr. Prasanna Lohar, India Blockchain Forum, Chennai. If I may request you, sir, kindly join us. He has a national SME he's a national SME for the banking and finance. He looks at ECBDC, that is central bank digital currencies, digital assets, open banking, cybersecurity payments, app modernization, and digital public infra. He's advisor for banks, fintech, big tech, policymakers, government, enterprises, investors, and deep tech and fintech. A seasoned professional, lots of experience, and we'll certainly benefit from his views today. My next speaker is Captain Pawan Gupta, Managing Director and CEO of Pace Marine Solutions. And he has an international gas expert, and he's the founder of Pace Marine, providing decarbonization solutions to ports. So we have a wide variety of people here today, and as we begin this session, I need to just kick off the first event, which is the exchange of MOUs between the Shipping Corporation of India. If I can request the representative from Shipping Corporation of India and Mitsui OSK Lines to kindly come up and exchange the MOUs. Please come up here. Please, yeah. You could exchange your MOUs, that's the first one. That's between, The expected business opportunity is 2,500 crores. So cheers to that. That's at the multiplier that we have got. That's actually worth 15,000 crores of business and at least an equal amount of jobs. Thank you very much for that MOU. Our next MOU is again between the Shipping Corporation of India and Bharat Petroleum Corporation and Hindustan Petroleum Corporation. If you could kindly come up on stage and exchange the MOUs. Well done. That's another 2,000 crores to the shipping sector. And I think that requires a louder round of applause. The next MOU we have is between the Shipping Corporation of India and Exim Bank. May I have the representative from Exim Bank to also come up? Thank you. That MOU is worth 1,500 crores. And with that, we conclude the formal part. My omission, I also have to request Devashish Bandopadhyay, CGM SEBI, to join us on stage. I was looking for you, I couldn't place you, but please come now. Thank you very much. So with this, we are now ready to start on this session. And I think we have had a very great setting of this presentation from our Honorable Minister, who clearly told us that investments and sustainable development go hand in hand. And for investment, we need to think of alternative means of finance, especially smart finance. So we'll be discussing those subjects today. So without further ado, we have our chair of the session. Sir, if I may request you to kindly deliver your opening remarks.
So, Commodore Samaddar and distinguished panelists on the dais, I am extremely privileged to be here today at the India Maritime Week, organized by the Ministry of Ports, Shipping and Waterways. I first of all extend my warm regards to the organizers, the RIS, Research and Information System for Developing Countries, and CMEC, the Center for Maritime Economy and Connectivity. We're just here after a very brilliant speech by the Honorable Minister for Highways, who comes from a lot of experience in this sector as well. So I would like to add a few thoughts to whatever he has left us contemplating. For any sector to actually garner finance, I think he outlined a few points, things like certainty and trust, which I think is very, very important. There has to be overall certainty which has to be promoted by all the actors in this space, be it a bank or a state government or the central government or a organization like the Shipping Corporation of India or financial institutions, etc. So trust and certainty in the ecosystem is very, very important. I see it building up. And as we go forward, I think we should figure out ways and means to improving the trust. Trust always lies in very simple things like policies, in terms of regulations, in terms of the law, in terms of contracts, and so on and so forth. So I guess time has come for us to actually revisit some of these regulations, laws. I mean, I think the contracts and so on and so forth. I'm very happy to see, to tell you that the Parliament in this session of, which just got over in September, enacted, replaced all the laws in the shipping sector with modern laws. So we only hope that the rules that come out actually provide a much higher level of ease of doing business than before. So this is the Honorable Prime Minister's vision of replacing the legal architecture with modern laws which are business friendly, which are technology positive, and which sit lightly on business, and at the same time ensuring order in the markets. So if my job here is to actually to support this great panel in actually providing an introducing line on what that can be done in terms of innovations in financing this great initiative. So before that, I would like to tell about the recent measures taken by the government. The Union Cabinet has approved a comprehensive package of measures which include running to about nearly 70,000 crores in the realm of shipbuilding, in terms of ship financial assistance, maritime development fund, and so on and so forth. So these are wonderful schemes. There have been a great amount of visioning has gone into the exercise. For us, I see a great opportunity in actually multiplying this amount of money on the table. If X is put on the table, I think there is an opportunity for the private sector to bring in money to mobilize some foreign direct investments. So this amount X can actually become 4X or 5X, provided all of us work in concert and in unison. So that is a great opportunity, and as a regulator, I think we will be delighted to see how we can support this opportunity to raise and leverage on the grants which are funded by the Government of India. So if you look at the challenges before us, obviously the shipping sector suffers from the problem of volatility, I think in the global markets. I think we have seen how in the global financial crisis actually led to the retreat of financial institutions from financing of shipping. In fact, the total bank lending, outstanding lending pre-crisis was in excess of $500 billion. So over the last 10-15 years, this number has actually come down to nearly about say 280 to $300 billion. So, but fortunately, I think though the banks have retreated, the private alternative means of financing have taken over. So alternative investment funds, private debt funds have actually caught up. And I think today we are here to discuss alternate means of financing, including tokenization and other means to actually raise money from the markets. So I will say that the single biggest challenge in this sector is obviously the raising long-term capital finance, given the volatility in the markets and the expectations of lower recovery and so on and so forth. The other thing, obviously, include things like insurance and risk mitigation bottlenecks. This is very, very important. For a developing country like India, we need to understand how we need to look at how we can create our own P&I club, which will actually provide protection and indemnity to the shipping sector. And we are working with the Department of Financial Services, and we expect that the approval for mutual insurance in IFSCA will help us to actually create a P&I mechanism in our offshore financial markets. Let me very briefly tell you about the International Financial Services Center. In the last several years, we have put in place, this is for some of you who may not know it, it is actually a piece of foreign territory within India for the purpose of foreign exchange. This is that is a complete carve-out from the Foreign Exchange Management Act in terms of businesses which are situated in GIFT City. They are, the IFSCA resident businesses are non-residents under the FEMA Act. So this gives you a number of flexibilities. Number one, I think you can do business in foreign exchange. Secondly, I think you are not suffering from the problem of partial convertibility on the capital account and so on and so forth. So this element of flexibility coupled with the new regulations that we have put in place have actually enabled a lot of ship leasing companies to locate themselves to GIFT City. At this point of time, there are more than 23 lessors who have registered more than 34 lessors who have registered more than 30 vehicle leases and out of GIFT City. And collectively, they have also raised bank finance to the extent of $71 million. So it's early days. So I would say that the opportunity there is the strong banking framework and the strong presence of international banks there. There are about more than 35 banks in GIFT City, out of which 18 are foreign banks. And many of the banks which are largely present in the shipping financing include BNP, Credit Agricole, SocGen, and other international banks are present in strength in GIFT City. So I would expect that the new policies which have been put in place by the Government of India, which include shipbuilding in terms of ship ownership in India, will certainly be supported by the financial ecosystem that we have in GIFT City. And to also answer the question which the Honorable Minister had raised on whether foreign financing of some of the sectors would be feasible. Fortunately, I think the shipping sector, the revenues can largely come from, on the international businesses, can come in terms of dollars. So which means that there is a natural hedge which is built in. So therefore, it is a natural candidate for external commercial borrowings out of GIFT City. And let me also say, the last year, $61 billion was the total amount of ECBs that were transacted by Indian corporates. That is the amount of money that went into India, out of which about nearly $20 billion came from GIFT City. So the GIFT City banks provided about 36% of the total ECBs flowing into India. So we will see this increase as we go forward, and there is a great opportunity for shipping companies to actually look at GIFT City as a means to raise finance for shipbuilding, for ship leasing, as well as for ownership of ships. I will stop here by saying that the innovation in financing is something which we welcome. Tokenization seems to be is early days for tokenization. We have issued a consultation paper on tokenization of real-world assets, and our team is working on a framework for supporting such kind of initiatives. And we look at shipbuilding and ship financing as a great opportunity. Similarly, I think we can also fall back on the traditional framework of InvITs, because fortunately, ships above a certain size have been declared as infrastructure by the Department of Economic Affairs in the recent budget. So this is a great opportunity to also to bring ships under InvITs and monetize the ships that are owned by various corporations to invest in the next round of building ships or to own new ships. So therefore, I see that the InvIT framework also offers an opportunity to actually to raise finances for shipbuilding. So with this, I'll stop here and probably look at how we'll hear from the very distinguished panel to see how the innovation can be unlocked in the Indian ship financing markets. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Rajaraman. I think you did most of my job in terms of context setting, and that has given us some good visibility on how this conversation is to proceed. But for many of us, where the subject is new, I plan to make a short presentation for all of us to be up to speed on what we are going to talk about. So, so the subject that we have with me is as shown on the slide, Innovative Finance for Ship Owning. I'll not take too long, but we'll just go through it so that we are all on the same page as we proceed with the session. First of all, this is how we plan to look at it. And I think much has been spoken about all these subjects, so we'll just skip this through. Broadly, the presentation is in 4 parts. First, speak about the market. We look at the asset tokenization fundamentals. Then we look at how those fundamentals can be applied to ships. And then we let us explore what can be the pathway to introduce this concept of financing, as both the Honorable Minister and our chairman of the panel also highlighted. So first of all, the global shipping and shipbuilding market. This is no point preaching to the converted. You already know it's worth several $billion, and it might be about $300 billion in the next 3 or 4 years. That's a lot of money which is going on the table. And where is that money going to come from is a challenge. And we have seen that if $300 billion is the investment on this sector, then the multiplier is at a minimum 4x or 5x, as Chairman brought out. And as Honorable Minister also spoke, we are looking at close to $3 billion of $3 trillion worth of investments that will feed into this sector. Okay. So why is it not happening? And I think this has been brought out that traditional ship finance has problems, and there is a bit of a disconnect between what ship owners want and what bankers can give. And I think that has been very nicely brought out by our chairman of the session, that everybody wants a sustainable business and they want to have clear recognition of the revenues that will come from the investments that they make. So there is a bit of a disconnect, and that is because, and that is evident from the declining ship finance that we get, the long gestation period between the ship being ordered to the time it starts generating revenues. There is always the market volatility. I think Chairman also mentioned that, and that is a big challenge. And the other thing is, since this ships are really big ticket items, I think a cheap ship will probably cost you $30 million. And if you're looking at VLCCs and all of that, that's close to 300 to maybe $600 million. That's a lot of money. And that sort of money presently is only available with big ticket investors. So how do we find our way forward? The first point is that we try and identify the nuances that will make this whole thing work. The first principle is that it should be democratized, so that we have a larger asset base, larger investor base who can contribute to this. Okay, now once they have contributed to this space, then we have to be very clear that they are not stuck holding the short end of the stick. So they should be able to have liquidity in the market. It's not quite easy to sell a ship in the Sarojini Nagar market in Delhi or in Bhindi Bazar. So you need to have a system by which you can actually do that, of being able to fractionally own them or however else that you want to do it. The third and fourth most important point, and I think this has been spoken of at length this morning and in the earlier sessions, is on automation, efficiency, transparency, and all that sort of thing. So let's see how we can address that. So, of course, the answer is tokenization. It's not a new thing. Luxembourg, Liechtenstein, and many of these countries started talking about tokenization as early as 2017. The Swiss government spoke about tokenization of real-world assets in 2018. And since then, several other countries have introduced this concept of digital assets, and we'll be speaking about it. What are the advantages? Firstly is divisibility and fractionalization. And that is particularly important, that you don't have to put huge sums of money, but it can be brought down by various people, and the investor base jumps rapidly as we go around with it. Sorry. So programmability, and I spoke about that. And very important in today's world, I think transparency and immutability becomes very, very important for us. That means for investors, as retail investors who are putting dollars onto it, a $10 bill, a $100 bill on the table, a $1,000 bill on the table. They are young people, they want to be assured of their transactions, and they should be able to have some visibility on the returns on it. Liquidity and trading we spoke about. Here again, a ship may be sold after 3 months of negotiation, but you may be able to sell assets and tokens, which might be a mall, it can be a gold break, it can be any of these things, which is available all the time. So it also gives you real-time settlement. Then types of tokens, I'm not going to detail you. Basically, they are what is known as native tokens, asset-based tokens, and hybrid tokens. This is a bit technical here, but native tokens are online systems. Asset-based tokens are tokens which are based on real assets, like buildings, gold, or even ships and aircraft, or port jetties, for example. All of that is asset-based tokens. And there's always a hybrid model. Quite as we have seen for cars, we may be powered by LNG and CNG, but you also have a battery there. So here, a hybrid model is also possible to be evaluated. Then, as far as the infrastructure is concerned, there are a variety of options as to how we proceed with this tokenization game. It can be a very limited sort of thing. We don't keep it open to everybody at one end. Secondly, it can be unlimitedly restricted. And that's what I've shown you, that all these options, whether it's public, private, permissionless, or public permissioned, or private permissionless, these sort of models can be developed on the product that you want to place in the market. Depending on the product and the configuration of that particular product, these sort of methodologies can be adopted. Ships are tokenization ready. I mean, it passes the Hovey test straight away. It's an investment, there is an asset, it's owned by people, it's operated by somebody else, and there's an expectation of profit. So by the Hovey test, ships are very clearly defined as assets that can pass muster for tokenization. Then, I think I've shown this. So here is a slide. I think the graphic is more important as a means of communication than the text itself. It just shows you that how a tokenized ship, which once had only one owner, may have had two owners, but finally when it gets to stage 4, you can see the number of owners that go into that own ship, fractional ownership. So you can own 1 gross ton of a ship, you can own 10 gross tons of a ship, without buying the whole ship. So I showed this. Okay, here we are. So what does it do? What we've been speaking about, it permits fractional ownership so that the risk and the returns are spread across very many investors. It talks about isolation of risk from volatility, and you have a payment. You can even mine it to get smaller tokens issued out, what you want. And this whole thing is on a digital ledger, which is transparent, secure, and it is for you. Of course, it will require the standards KYC and AML norms. This is a quick slide on how kind of tokenization architecture be done, but I think for paucity of time, I'll skip this. But basically, it's a very straightforward process, and there is adequate literature which supports how this process can be undertaken. Key risks and challenges. Every investment has challenges. Every investment has risks. There's, of course, at the head of it is regulatory uncertainty. Large number of countries have introduced legislation, and we have the IFSCA here and the Reserve Bank of India who have already walked the talk on looking at virtual assets and how these can be monetized. There are cybersecurity issues, but there are cybersecurity issues in every damn financial instrument that we can think of, and there will be operational complexity. But with operational complexity, as the system matures, we will find that it will become better and better, friendlier and friendlier, and that is, all thanks to the techniques of artificial intelligence, which will preempt this process to learn on its own and become better as it goes. So the implementation pathway is something that we want to discuss, but basically it talks about foundation, scale, and piloting. These are the three ways that we want to go. First, the foundational thing, get the regulatory compliance and all that. Run a piloting project on a sandbox, see how it performs, and once we have done the beta test on that, then we can move to scale. So this is not going to happen by tomorrow afternoon. It's going to take us some time. And I think a good time to start is now. So this is something that will benefit our country, and it will also benefit our industry. So basically, there's a quick takeaway slide. You're looking at unlocking capital assets. You're looking at sustainability integration, something that Honorable Minister also spoke about. Chairman IFC also mentioned it. And most crucially is financial efficiency. There's lots of locked up money lying here and there. And if you can untap that money and put it into this system, the shipping industry, the shipbuilding industry works on a multiplier of 6x. So every dollar which goes in there is contributing 6 times that to the economy. So something that we should do. So with this, I conclude my presentation, and with this, we'll now move on to a quick discussion with my panel. But before that, in a little departure from normal, because all the time we find that the audience gets no time to ask questions. So in this particular case, with the chairman's approval, I will first ask my audience if they have any questions that they would like to pose. We'll not answer them, but we'll keep them in mind so that at the end of the conversation, we are able to address some of the questions that might come for you. Anyone, sir? No questions? Okay, so we'll leave it for the end part. Anyone? Anyone? No, okay, thank you. So with this, I will now get into the technical part of the discussion. And with your permission, I will first request my friend Debashish to kickstart the discussion, because it's about regulatory readiness, which is the #1 point to get ready with what we want to do. So we spoke about monetization of shipping assets. We had a conversation on this a couple of days back under the SEBI regulatory framework. So how do you see this working out? We'll have to be a little concise in what we say, and so that we can come back to our second round of questions. Please, sir.
So the way it works in the current regulatory setup is that there is something called an InvIT. There is the Infrastructure Investment Trust, which is essentially a tokenization through the structure of securities in the Securities Contracts Regulation Act. So a trust is set up, and let's say there is a ship owner who is the developer or the ship owner. He transfers the ships to this particular trust, and thereafter units, the tokens or units of these InvIT are issued to the whoever has invested in that particular trust. It could be either a public InvIT or it could be a private InvIT. The way we work is that InvIT is around, if it's a public InvIT, the one unit would be hardly 10,000 to 15,000 rupees, which is what you are aiming for anyway. And if it's a private InvIT, it will be around 25 lakhs. This InvIT structure allows the ship owners to basically recycle their capital. Their money gets transferred to some other assets. You take a crowd finance, and you can use this capital to build new ships. And InvITs, by the way, are generally speaking, in a public InvIT, you have to have minimum 80% completed assets, that is 80% completed ships. And the return that you get from those InvITs are basically the yield. That is if you put the ship on rent, for example, then whatever income comes out of it, 90% of it you have to develop to the distributor holders. So that's how it is for the INVIT. And I'll just be concise on one more point. The other way in which you can actually raise finance through ships is securitization, where you can actually, if there are certain lease rentals, for example, from some ships, so you can securitize them into a special purpose vehicle, issue bonds in the capital market to those assets, get a credit rating, and then whoever has those pass-through certificates of bonds can get money from that ships. So both methods are available, and both methods you essentially do a pooled finance type of thing.
Right, thank you. I think there's some clarity there. But I'll just a quick follow-up on that, just a quick 1-second answer. Is that, whilst we have designed the stock markets with equity and trading and all that sort of thing, we would also need to think of a platform which permits 24/7 trading, unlike the stock markets which work from
No,
A to
so
B.
here what happens is the stock market, the secondary market, actually the exchanges permit these securities, which is hardly 10,000 rupees, to trade on the exchange. And this is actually a proper legal framework under the Securities Contracts Regulation Act. Whereas the tokenization through a NFT, for example, a non-fungible trust, the way we are talking of here, where you have art or ships being tokenized through a Bitcoin mechanism, currently is not regulated by SEBI. It would more partake the nature of a crypto, for example.
Right, thank you. I'll come back to you a little later if you have some time. So whilst we might have the, the regulatory readiness in some way forward, that's from the institutional side. But at the same time, how do we see, shipping nations across the world, what do I explain? Captain Gupta, this to you, on how do we see a willingness to adopt these sort of financial instruments in the shipping world across different jurisdictions, on the ability to sort of think about these sort of alternative methods of growth and expansion of their own companies. So if you could say a few words on that.
Yeah, hi, good afternoon, everyone, ladies and gentlemen. So I think I saw your presentation, sir, quite good. And it talks about your 5 core questions. But I think it is still missing that why do we need this? Is it really required for shipping? I can see a lot of captains like me sitting here, ship owners, ship operators. We don't talk about it, So probably, few of us talk about it. So why we need it? So is the standard shipping finance is not working? I will say that it is actually not working in India. Okay, so why it is not working? Because our charters don't give us long-term contracts. So our gentleman BPCL team is gone, but I would have told them that they are not ready to give more than 2 years or maximum 3 years charter. And none of the financial institutions sitting here or the banks, they would like to see long-term charter. The business surety, business security. We don't get that business security in India. Why the Japanese financing or the Norwegians or the Australians or even, US, UK, wherever it is happening, because they all look for good 7 years, 10 years time charters, where there is a continuity of the business. Our companies are very good, whether IOCL, BPCL, HPCL, you talk about SAIL, GAIL, all the companies are fantastic. They are golden bond, but they all play short-term game, Their ministry's advice is, no, don't go for anything more than 2 years. You don't know what will happen to the market, And because of that, they kill the Indian industry. Because when there is no business surety, nobody will finance. None of our Indian banks finance. Even if they will finance 8, 10%, whatever the interest rate, which actually is not good. So what happens? All the Indian shipping needs are fulfilled by mostly Greeks. In 2024, approximately $55 billion of the freight was given out. The Indian companies giving out the freight to international owners. And 70+% of those are Greeks. So what the Greeks do, Greeks actually buy through the cheap financing, okay? And they are able to put the vessels in India. And this is how it works. Indian ship owners somehow managing, with a few, some of them. But then finally, probably this could be one of the way. So I'm very happy that at least this thing is coming up, because are we able to go for, is it like a crowd funding? Or is it like, is it really requiring that you need to have a long-term contracts, what the other standard financing require? You know, these are some of the questions which will come into this. The second thing is like, the one of the thing which I have been pushing for is starting on the LNG and methanol bunkering in India. There is a requirement. BPCL wants it, GAIL wants it, IOCL wants it, but no one wants to buy the ship. You know, they want somebody else to invest for them. At the same time, they are not ready to give the contract also, long-term contract. So it's like, chicken and egg situation, who will do what? Probably something like this may solve that problem.
Right.
Okay, so the real reason why we really need it is probably because of that, but there are no regulatory things at the moment, and probably this is the work in progress. I've been speaking to a lot of people here, and we hope that something comes up. But really, I wanted to stress on this, that why it is required, in particular in India, because right now our structure for standard financing is not very good.
Right. Thank you. I think that's a very interesting connect between decarbonization of the sector. I think the shipping industry contributes about 4 to 5% of greenhouse gas emissions. And if we can make our fleets modern, which needs money, maybe tokenization is one way to do that, as you brought out. But we'll come back to this discussion a little later. So I now turn to, let's say, Mr. Prasanna Lohar. We've been discussing this offline here and there. Whilst we've been talking about tokenization as a concept, but we mentioned it initially, that what is the kind of infrastructure that is required to go about it. And all sorts of things, whether the regulatory issues, the compliance issues, anti-money laundering law, the KYC format, how will this be secure, what kind of cyber. So could you spend a few minutes to answer this question, please?
Thank you so much. Audible. Thank you so much, sir, for this question, and thank you, India Maritime Week, for bringing this discussion. That too, when blockchain is picking up heavily around the world, and we have so many opportunities. I go back with the guidance which Nitin sir has given. We need an ecosystem wherein we need to take care of an end user interest, trust, and we should have an ecosystem wherein we can build alternate finance. Backed by some security structure, and we should look at various other methods by which, or innovations by which we should bring on the crowdfunding or funding for all these projects which we are bringing in India. Coming back to your question on infrastructure readiness, while there is a huge momentum around the world, countries like, I think it has been started, as you rightly said, Switzerland, followed by UAE, US, Hong Kong, and smaller countries are also now picking up and creating regulatory frameworks for tokenization. When you talk about India, I think India is sitting on a huge digital public infrastructure already, which are the railroads for tokenization. When we say, how do I onboard a new customer or a new corporate or a new buyer? So I think we have Aadhaar or equivalent ecosystems wherein we can have a basic information which is needed for any customers. When we want to do payments, we have a payment railroads like UPI, NEFT, RTGS, and many others, where these people can really do things. And followed by, I think, how to store the data, right? Which is also another angle to do, whether it's a regulatory angle or a technical angle, we have a various method, how do we securitize, store the data. And when you talk about our journey last 20-25 years with the so-called banking and with the internet kind of ecosystems, I think today we are talking about a blockchain. So blockchain is a framework itself as infrastructure in itself, which brings more than two stakeholders or a systems and create that kind of a business model, which is a secure, which is a long-term, and which doesn't require too much of operations. And when you talk about end user security in a tokenization, if somebody wants to buy a token in a land or in a ship or anything, so I think how do we really store that data? So it can be stored basically in a blockchain in a secure way, and it requires more than 2 or 3 stakeholders. The way we'll create a process, who will have that access. So in a sense, what I would like to say that infrastructure is heavily available the way blockchain was in 2017-18.
Today we have at least more than 10 plus various good protocols. And I think Captain Vikas will also talk about how Ship Phoenix has built that regulatory plus infrastructure which can be utilized. Today, I would say NPCI, National Payment Corporation of India, has built a sandbox on a tokenization wherein we can build a lot of financial use cases for banks as well as non-banks. And the use cases I can say which are not at all there. The way we had seen savings or current account has evolved, and some of these lending opportunities has now become embedded finance or buy now pay later or EMI. Those business models were not existing 90s. Similarly, when you talk about tokenization, there are some business models which we are not discussing today in this room, which will come with a new innovators which coming like ShipFinex and other ecosystems, like gold tokenization, KYC tokenization, or PII data tokenization. And all these tokenization, while it has its own use cases, I think ultimate foundation layer, which is a blockchain technology, I think it has, I would say, nurtured very heavily. And the things are quite right. Things are available. You can drag, drop. There are a lot of blockchain as a service platform, which can be helpful to build any use cases down the line in a few days. But what it requires, it's good to see that India, while everybody says that India is not picking up tokenization heavily, but we are taking it, and whenever we will do it, it will be one of the best framework or one of the best infrastructure which everybody will follow, right? Like Sir spoke about how IFSC is studying and working on frameworks. RBI has a DLT committee which is working on tokenization, and they are talking tokenization since last 4 or 5 years. It's not something they are talking just recently. Even SEBI has spoken about similar methods without blockchain, like Sir has spoken, which is really available. So I think on those lines, what I would say that when you talk about India, huge number of startups, fintechs, companies today a little bit move away from India. They have a larger opportunity with these sandboxes and right frameworks is coming in, so that we could see a lot of new prevailing business model which are in interest of India, the way Sir has guided some time back. Yeah.
Thank you. So I think by and large, the short answer to that long thing is that we have the infrastructure, we're generally out there, and we may be able to borrow some models from here and there to see how it works in India. Mr. Donny Dagger, for you now. With your experience across systems, how keen would a company like yours be willing to create a sandbox to test this as a proof of concept? You know, we can develop a proof of concept. Very distinguished panel can put together some ideas. And then how would you like to see whether, would you like to walk this talk on a sandbox model, test out a small trip, see how it works, and learn from it, and then move on? What would be your risk appetite for such an endeavor?
Thank you very much. Tokenization indeed is, for shipping industry, is a great solution. Captain Pawan was wondering if this could be the solution for the gap we have today on difficulty of getting finance. Shipping asset is usually high value. It's high ticket to so many people to get into it. Tokenization is a solution for that. Going to the other side, which is the investor side, I think also lots of people working in the shipping industry, they have this wish or dream to be owning a ship or part of a ship one day. So this fantastic solution is going to put, let's say, the dream to become true for so many people working in the maritime and shipping industry. Now we need to, I think, the focus on the coming period. I can see lots of potential using blockchain technology and tokenization for our industry, but we have also to move and work on regulations to make sure that we have regulatory structure available. This is extremely important to build the trust. We need also to see that the let's say, custody and KYC compliance is there to build the trust for anyone would like to invest in this. I'm putting my money in buying tokens. Is it in good custody? Is the KYC done in a proper way? This is extremely important. So choosing, let's say, tier 1 or first class KYC and custody structure is extremely important today. We go more to, if tomorrow we want to start this and we have tokens available, we need to make sure this viability or market viability is still available. And to create all of that, we need to make sure that the liquidity and secondary market is there as a structure to support this process. And last and also very important is suitable platform where you can trust you as a ship owner to put your ship there. Also for investor to trust that I'm using the right platform. They have all regulations. They do proper KYC, and I can trust use them to tokenize my ship.
Right, so I think the key message is that we must have a very robust KYC and AML system. And then after that, once we have that in place, generally, there's a sense that we can explore tokenization. So when we explore tokenization, we look at the market dynamics on this. At what stage do you think would be the tipping point, Captain Pandey, at which we will be able to say that tokenization of ships has moved? Would it be after 1 ship? Would it be after 10 ships or 3 ships? Or what should be the learning process? And if you could also briefly tell us, we are a little running out of time, on the scale size that we could develop over a period of time, and also on how would you see the process to be developed in India? If you could share some ideas on that.
Yeah, so thank you for actually inviting onto this panel, sir. And we have been working on this concept for almost 7 years, and walking and talking to the regulators as well. What we have realized that the most important thing, tokenization as a concept is not new. It's almost 7 years. There is a history behind it. The regulators have worked across the globe, like you also mentioned. We have ship owners who are ready to utilize this platform. We have investors who did not have any avenue to invest in this asset class. That's the major, what I believe is. Because like what Tony mentioned, being maritime professionals, there are 4.5 million people across the globe who work in this industry directly. And they do not have any avenue to invest in this asset class. This asset class is only privileged to the large ticket size people. However, if we see this asset is very well regulated through the International Maritime Organization. This is very well compliant, and if what you talk about the liquidity side, so if the regulators allow and they move forward to use the right technologies, like we have already, like Prasanna also mentioned, we have right protocols, and if the platform can be built on this structure, which is by the regulators and by the ship owners, then I believe liquidity is not a challenge. People need alternative investment finance models, and they do not have any avenue. Right now, they have limited options available. Shipping is not in their reach. But as soon as this comes out, this industry carries 90% of the global trade. So this industry is never going to die anyways. Plus, the best part of shipping is that it's a cyclical industry. It gives an investor an opportunity to make money, which is the most important stuff. Why anybody invest? So your investment is always towards making money. Why ship owner like Tony invest in shipping when he buys a ship? He buys a ship because he wants to make money. So this opportunity, as soon as it opens up through the regulator, through the trust, like our honorable minister also said, that highways were always built by the government funds. He opened a bond and it was subscribed in 7 days. So it was not available for people to subscribe. So I believe liquidity is just a step away. The day regulator come up and they give the trust that the platform is built by regulations, by right technologies, it is transparent, then liquidity is not a challenge. And the new ships which are coming up and the new data, which is, ships are now have 100% internet. So the ships are real-time data machines. So the transparency, what ship is operating, what ship is consuming, where ship is going, all this thing can be gone in the real-time basis. So I believe it is just the time, the day the light platform comes out, the people gain the trust, then we are just at the tipping point. It will explode.
So we are close to the tipping point, and we are also close to the end of this session. So I'll give one more opportunity to my audience here if they have any questions to ask. That would be nice. Okay. So by and large, lots of takeaways from here. I don't want to steal the thunder from my chairman's closing remarks. He's made copious notes of the proceedings, and I'm sure he's a wiser man to share that than I am. Chairman, sir, if you could kindly.
So this has been quite a useful session with a very good range of ideas and thoughts. Commodore Samadar made a presentation on the benefits of tokenization, the challenges which go with it, which includes regulatory uncertainty, cybersecurity risks, and so on and so forth. He also mentioned the sandboxes which are looking at clearing up all these cobwebs. Mr. Bandyopadhyay from SEBI, I think he made a very valid point on how traditional instruments like InvITs, asset-backed securitization, etc., could be used to raise finances for shipping. By the way, I think, let me also add, I think there are all the market instruments like issuing an initial public offer or a follow-on public offer. That is all available, I think. In fact, if you look at the largest, if the overall outstanding of ship financing as on date is about $625 billion as per the report which has been put up through by Petrofin, which does some kind of analysis. So the largest financing obviously is banks, 60%, followed by about by the private alternative investments, which probably is around $200 to $250 billion. So the mainstay public markets themselves can offer a lot of solutions for, but the challenge remains, as one of the participants put it, is the volatility of the market, I think. So the short-term contract, so this is what Captain Pawar actually mentioned, Captain Pawan mentioned as the conundrum in the ship financing, in the ship markets. That is the short-term contracts versus long-term need for long-term finance to procure a ship. So this is indeed a banker's dilemma or a problem, I think. So this requires, this is a big asset liability mismatch, which no banker would actually, would want to have on his books. So this is a valid point he made. Then India ship owners lack access to ship finance, which is a valid point. So banks have traditionally shied away from asset financing. They rather finance books of accounts rather than the assets. So this is a problem. I think probably we have to find solutions. And obviously the regulatory uncertainty over tokens, which he has also outlined, I think. So where regulators like us are working on, sincerely. Then Mr. Prasanna from the India Blockchain Forum mentioned that about the India success story in digital public infrastructure, which I think is a very valid point. So he also explained how tokens are stored and so on and so forth. And he also outlined about NPCI's blockchain framework. In fact, I'm happy that he's mentioned it, because we are also working with NPCI on looking at how we can harness that blockchain infrastructure as something which can be put in the market, which provides more trust and confidence than probably a business running the infrastructure. While the top layer or the layer 3 of applications can be run by the market, the underlying infrastructure which is operated by a public infrastructure company, I think that raises the level of confidence. The same case of UPI. UPI, the exchange is operated by a public company. So that raises the level of confidence in the payments market. So I think that's a very valid point that he made. I think I am sure that we should be able to come to a conclusion because of the availability of such frameworks. Mr. Dagar from the Ship Phoenix also talked about the need for regulation, the need for a robust secondary market, which I think is very, very important. Selling tokens is one thing, But if there is no secondary market for it, then obviously then you're stuck. I mean, you won't find investors. Investor interest will pass away. So I think it's a very important thing to build a very robust secondary market that creates liquidity in the markets. And trust building through KYC, transparency, etc. is what you mentioned, which is very important to bring in the investors by hundreds and thousands. Finally, I think Captain Pandey from ShipFinex also talked about how technology can be embedded in tokens, which is a very, very important point that you made, I think, because the advantage of tokens is that it can actually work with background technology to give you a real-time value of the asset. So secondary markets can actually find that very useful in valuing the asset, I think on a real-time basis. So this is a very, very valid point which struck me as very important. Finally, I'll close with my from my take as a regulator. Innovation is very, very important. I think we look at tokenization as very promising. So, but we need to actually ensure that we find a right balance in ensuring that innovation is balanced with what we do as a regulator, protecting investors. I think protecting investors and also ensuring market integrity is also very, very important for a regulator. So I think finding the right balance in this use of technology is where I think we need to move quickly. I'm sure that the experience of other countries like UAE and many other countries in actually harnessing this technology is very useful. So I feel that the answers are on the inputs provided by many of the distinguished panelists. So we look forward that probably next time we are here, I think maybe we should have a framework which probably stimulates a class of investors who are not here as yet to actually invest in the shipping markets. Thank you very much, and congrats to Professor Commodore Samadar.
And here we are to the end of another insightful session. So many takeaways, all possible because of our guest speakers and experts on the panel. They surely deserve a round of applause. Come on, let's hear it for them. As we conclude, I request Chairperson IFSCA, Shri K. Rajaraman, to kindly present the mementos to all our esteemed panelists on stage. Sir, if you could please come forward. Requesting Captain Vikas Pandey to come forward and accept the memento. Let's all hear it for Captain Vikas Pandey. Next, requesting Mr. Tony Dagger to come forward and accept the memento. Let's all hear it for Mr. Tony. Requesting Mr. Prasanna Lohar to come forward and accept this memento. Let's all hear it for Mr. Prasanna. Next, requesting Captain Pavan Gupta to come forward and accept the memento. Let's all hear it for Captain Pavan Gupta. Lastly, requesting Shri Debashish Bandyopadhyay to come forward and accept the memento. Let's all hear it for Shri Debashish. Requesting Commodore Sujit Samadar to kindly present the memento to the chairperson of IFSCA, Shri K. Rajaraman. Let's all hear it for K. Shri Rajaraman. And with that, we conclude the second insightful session. We will soon begin the third session. We now break for another break. requesting the audience to come back quickly for the third session. Thank you. We move towards the break. The next session and the last session for the day will start at 4:20. Thank you.
Abayumi Samuel.
Good evening, everyone. May I request everyone to kindly settle down for our last session? Please settle down.
Good evening. We will start the last session shortly, requesting all our guests to kindly settle and take your seats. Thank you. I request all our guests to please kindly settle. We will shortly start our last session for the day. Thank you. We move on to our last and third session for the day, Global Tonnage Tax Regimes. And to commence this session, I would like to invite Commodore Sujit Samadar. Commodore Sujit Samadar is a visiting fellow at RIS, New Delhi. He is a graduate of IIT Roorkee and has 2 masters in defense and strategic studies. After 30 years in the Navy, he was VP at Tata and CEO of Shinmeva Industries Limited, Japan, followed by senior consultant at Niti Aayog before joining RIS as a visiting fellow. I welcome Commodore Sujit Samadar on stage and commence our last proceeding for the day. Let's have a huge round of applause for Commodore Sujit Samadar.
Good evening, everyone. Kindly settle down. We would like to start this on time and try and wind up on time. Believe me, this is going to be the most important session for all of us. As all of us are taxpayers, we want to see how we can reduce taxes and make it as profitable for us to do our businesses and as profitable for us to run our own private lives. So without further ado, let me kindly request my panel to be here. Captain Vikas Vij, please, if you could join us. He is Director and Treasurer at the India Maritime Center and immediate past President of ICC Shipping Association. Welcome. Kindly, please put your hands together to welcome our people. So he's got 18 years at sea. He's been a Master Superintendent and he's been a Fellow of the Company of Master Mariners in India. Tremendous amount of experience there. My next friend is Mr. Amit Oza, Managing Director, Astamar Shipping and Trading Services. The CEO, a maritime professional with over 30 years of experience in the industry. He's a member of the Baltic Exchange London and fellow of the Institute of Chartered Shipbrokers. So we have some very interesting people here who can talk to us about taxation. An executive MBA from IIM Mumbai and in the company of Master Mariners of India. My next friend is Mr. Gaurav Goyal, Director KAG Associates, a chartered accountant who has told me that finance should be a growth enabler, not a hurdle. So I would just like to say that tax also should not be a growth inhibitor, but actually an enabler. So I hope he can give us some suggestions on how we can make tax work for us. May I now also request Mr. Abayomi Samuel Aina, CEO Atlantic and Pacific Industries, to kindly join us. An MS in Petroleum Engineering from the University of Oklahoma and a BSc in Chemical Engineering, alumnus of the Harvard Business School. We can't have a better guy than him. My last person on the panel is Captain Gomez. There you are. So 33 years in the maritime field, sailed on various types of vessels, headed the chartering role of Indian flag tankers and offshore anchor handlers, and was in charge of tonnage tax compliance. So, I mean, he's really suffered the pain of tonnage tax across all sorts of domains. So, we'll be very happy to listen to him and his pains on this. So, without further ado, what I intend to do is run a short presentation on what tonnage tax is. And in the course of this presentation, we want to sort of discuss what are the sort of regimes across the world and what we can learn from it as best practices. So, let me just launch this. This is what we'll discuss, the concept, the global models, the country analysis, and then we'll end up with a short panel discussion. This time I'm not going to make the mistake of asking my audience to ask questions, because if they ask questions on tax, we'll be here till tomorrow morning. So I'll have to be a little careful about the questions from the audience. Let me confine this particular session to my panel. Okay, so tonnage tax, basically, I think Gaurav will be explaining much more of this as we go around, and Mr. Oza will be explaining a little more about this in the initial part. But broadly, it's an alternative taxation mechanism, which was developed about 50 or 60 years ago as the nature of the shipping industry, as all of us know here, extremely complex. You know, you're owned by someone, you're chartered by someone else, you're carrying someone else's cargo, your insurance is in some third country, plus you've got all the other operational issues that go around with shipping. So therefore, the calculation method is of understanding what is the tonnage income. That is the crux of the problem, and how this is treated by different countries is what we'll see. The key benefit is it should make a simple compliance method. And we all want, as we have heard today, we all want to emphasize on cost of doing business and ease of doing business. In this community, we are not looking at maximizing taxes. We are looking at optimizing taxes, but maximizing tonnage. That's the aspiration. So if you have to make some tweaking of the tonnage tax, let's do that. So this is what I have basically said, the advantages of the system for all the reasons that we spoke about. But in the last few years, or last 2 or 3 years, the last box is pretty important, which talks about the growth opportunities. Green shipping incentives, digitalization improvements, harmonized international standards, and enhanced competitiveness through rate optimization is what is driving ships to register in one country to the other. I have a couple of slides, and when you look at that, you will understand how important tax pays for shipping companies. So broadly, there are two models. There's a Model A system and a Model B system. In Model A countries, the tonnage income is calculated on a net tonnage basis, multiplied by the number of operational days, and on that, you have the corporate income tax payable on the notional tonnage income. So it's, if you're operational or otherwise not laid off or something, 365 days a year multiplied by your number, multiplied by a factor, that's your income, and you pay the CIT on it, and that's the amount that you need to pay. These countries are Denmark, Germany, India, Singapore, since 2025, UK and some other countries. In the Model B system, it's simple. You have a net tonnage, we just multiply that by a number, and that's your income for the year, and you just paid that fee. There's no separate computation of that income and computation of what the tax liability will be. These countries are Cyprus, Hong Kong, Liberia, Malta, Marshall Islands, Norway, amongst many others. We'll just discuss that as we go along. So why are we discussing this? I think this is a chart which shows you in the two parts here of what happened to these countries as they moved from regular income tax to a regime of tonnage tax. In the first graph, you can see how United Kingdom plummeted from 45 million DWT down to less than 4,000 DWT. And that's when they woke up and introduced the tonnage tax, and they managed to stabilize their national fleet to 25th. Some other countries moved up, like the green line, which you can see, to 14th. I'm talking about the top graph. These are the Model A countries, and they had to tweak their Model A tax regimes to be able to build the national DWT. This is an indicative causality. It's not an empirically determined foundation, but there seems to be a causality between tonnage tax and national DWT. In the second graph that you see, you can see the huge rise that is taking place in the national tonnage because of nicer, aggressive tax policies, amongst many other things. And you can see some countries which are, floundering around at 100 million tons have now gone up to, 450 million tons of own tonnage or registered tonnage in their country. So obviously there are some lessons to be learned here. Next, okay. These are quite a few busy slides, and for want of time, I'm not going to get into it. What this tells you is broadly themes, how tonnage taxes have been determined across different countries. Most countries work on a 4-slab platform, as I've shown here. The rates are shown here, and this is a busy slide. Let's not get into it, but broadly, the takeaway from this slide is tonnage tax is based on slabs. Each slab has a particular number, and that number slides as the tonnage grows up, and therefore you pay proportionately less tax as you have more tonnage. That's the principle. Okay, when you look at Model B countries, they had the same situation, but they didn't compute your taxable income, but they went directly to your tax accrual that is required. What was significant in this study is for countries like Singapore and Hong Kong, they capped it. That means no matter how big was your ship, you only paid that number which is highlighted in yellow. On the other hand, you had Liberia who said, I don't care how small your ship is, but you got to fork out so much money. That is the one in blue highlight. So you had two extremes. There are two countries which are looking at capping the tax, and the second was another instance where they bottomed out on the tax that you need to pay this, whether you own a DAO or whether you own a VLCC. Then, I think there's other countries, you can skip this. Okay, then we looked at two countries and in terms of complexity. The most complex one that you've seen is the UK tonnage tax, which is, runs into several pages. It's got a whole lot of clarifications, explanations, this, that, and all, on different issues. I don't think it's important to focus on column 2 and 3 for the discussion. What is important is to see the kind of parameters which go into determining the model. First is the tax calculation model. How is it to be done, which I spoke about. Then the tax-based determination, the corporate income tax rate prevailing in that country, the obligations, the training obligations, the operational day tracking. You've got to maintain logbooks. What time did you cast off? What time did you come alongside? The compliance burdens which came because you adopted the tonnage tax system which the government provided for you. So you had a whole lot of other compliances which you had to meet, particularly tonnage tax reserves, training commitments, many of these things. Then you had a registration fee, whole lot of records to be done, and transfer of, so you're actually doing two things. You're paying the tonnage tax on one hand, but at the same time you are also accounting for all the income that you had to be able to pay into the tonnage tax reserve at 20%. So there was a dual thing, and that costs, and it's not easy to do that. So this brings me to the final slide, and broadly we would like to discuss what is the kind of things that we can learn, the principles that we can learn from practices that have happened across the world on tonnage taxes. So firstly is the structure. The second is, none of these, except for 2 or 3 countries, I think Cyprus is one, Norway is another, and the third country is maybe, I forget it, Singapore. So these 3 countries have actually put on green incentives. Greece has also introduced an age incentive, age penalty. If you bring old ships to Greece for registration or come in their compliance, you have to pay higher taxes. So these are sort of things that is working, and each country is competing with the other country to provide the best and most competitive tax rates, because they want their own national DWTs to grow up, and that is the purpose of this discussion here. So what should we do? What kind of lessons we can learn from across the world, and see what suits us best to be able to meet the aspirations of AMRIT KAAL, which is to go to the 5th largest ship-owning registered company in the world. So with these things, the policies are all there you can't do this thing in isolation. You have to work with what the regulations are, particularly BEPS Pillar 2 requirements, base erosion and profit sharing models, on how we can comply with international laws and all of that. So we cannot make a policy which stands alone. It has to be on arm's length basis. The transfer pricing norms have to be clear. There has to be visibility of who's supposed to do what, and definitely tax evasion is not the answer. You have a right to avoid tax, but you have no right to evade tax. So the sensible part of it, Gaurav only taught me this, so I have to tell him that. So we have a right to avoid tax, but we can't evade it. So I think the objective should be to avoid tax to the maximum extent so businesses are profitable, and surpluses can be put back into the economy for other activities. So with this, I think we can start the discussion. And as I start this discussion, I'll first request this particular slide to be, do you have that with you? Or you want to come here and do this? Or whatever. Mr. Amit Oza, how would you like to explain this? This is your first question.
afternoon, everyone. First of all, thank you very much for inviting me. A big thank you to to Commodore Samadar, to RIS for inviting me for this event. Of course, Captain Samadar has come out with a very nice paper. RIS has come out with a very nice paper on tonnage tax, which has given details of what needs to be done. There are a lot of chartered accountants on the panel and in the audience, so I will not go into the tax aspect of tonnage tax. I think there are more qualified people here who can talk about taxation. There are legal experts. So I'll restrict myself to what I know, which is shipping. And as Commodore Samadar said, I would talk about the origins of tonnage tax, a bit about why actually tonnage tax came into existence. And what is it that an owner would actually look at when he's looking at various jurisdictions to flag his vessels. I know we've already had a session on registration. There would be some overlap because tonnage tax is an integral part of registration, and I won't take too long on this. I'll just quickly sort of try to give a flavor of where tonnage tax originated and where is it today and how is it sort of classified in terms of various categories of tonnage taxes that you see. So of course, flagging out originated even before the First World War when you had instances of American tonnage moving away from the American flag because there was prohibition at that time on certain American ports, and ships didn't want to fly that flag, and therefore they were flying other flags. The modern open registry, so-called flags of convenience, came into being after the Second World War, where you had these various law firms and other organizations, principally in London and New York, who decided that it's good to have an alternative for owners to actually register their vessel, because the developed world had many restrictions on crewing, on taxation, etc. And that's how the concept of flags of convenience open registry came about. And it became quite prevalent in the 70s. They were controlling most of the tonnage. But what happened in 1981, and I think I mentioned it in the slide, I can't see it very clearly, is that this concept of tax haven started taking shape. And the Western world increasingly realized that the ships were moving to these so-called tax havens with zero taxes. And this word zero tax became quite a sticking point for a number of jurisdictions, that you're actually not taxing anybody at all. So you have no control over the asset. You don't know what's happening with it. So the zero tax structure became something of a problem for these zones. So they came up with a way to actually tax without taxing. So the tonnage tax actually originates as a tax which was not meant to be. It had to be a tax, but you didn't actually want to tax them. So they came up with this structure. It had to be predictable, it had to be low, it had to be something which actually doesn't materially affect the operations. So what do? You pick up the GT of the ship and you say, okay, I'll base it on the GT. So whatever you do, whatever you earn, I don't care. I'm going to base it on a slab. And that's how the modern tonnage tax sort of came in existence. And people started paying in it. It was quite successful. But that's when the other countries started waking up. You had Singapore, which was a very successful ecosystem. You had the traditional maritime powers who also woke up to the fact that their vessels were being flagged out. And so we have three types of tonnage taxes or registries, essentially. One is, of course, a tonnage tax which is always running after revenues. So if you look at Liberian flag, Marshall Island, their primary motive is revenue. So if you look at the body which controls the Panama flag, or if you look at the body which controls the Liberian flag, which is based out of New York, they earn a revenue of roughly about $180 million annually. They have more than 400 employees worldwide. So I think Captain Patnaik mentioned things like service and the fact that they come to your office and get things done, and they have offices worldwide, because their primary motive is money. They're doing it for money, and it's a volume business. They realize they collect $8,000 or $12,000 per ship, so it's not a lot of money. But their primary motivation to fly the flag or maintain the registry is money. And that's when Singapore came in and said, listen, I mean, I'm one of the largest ecosystem. I'm called the best maritime ecosystem in the world, and nobody's flying my flag. So you have the second category of registry and second category of tonnage tax, where the primary motivation for tonnage tax was to support the ecosystem, to support the ship finance industry, to support the shipbroking industry, to support the otherwise very highly developed ecosystem in that country. And both Singapore and Hong Kong, to an extent, have been very successful in using the flag as a leverage or as an add-on to the other facilities like ship financing and ship leasing that they provide. The third category is, of course, the traditional maritime nations. They suddenly woke up and said, and you mentioned about the international registers, and their origin basically lies in the fact that, listen, we've lost out on everything. Our own capital is moving out. We have no control. So can we have some sort of a clone of these open registries and some sort of watered down tonnage tax, which can still attract some of the tonnage back? And finally, you have the closed registries. And I know we are not talking about the Indian register here, but if you talk about the Indian register, it basically came into existence, the Indian tonnage tax section in the IT Act came in because of pressure of INSA, who said, listen, I can flag out, so you need to have a tonnage tax. So you had a closed system, and you needed to impose tonnage tax on top of it. So what you actually did was you moved into capital conservancy mode. You wanted to conserve as much of capital because you saw it as a sop to your own capital. So you basically structured your tonnage tax in a way that you want to retain or get the most out of whosoever is paying the tonnage tax. And that's why if you look at the Indian tonnage tax, it has a lot of provisions, and I think one of the most restrictive ones is where you need to keep a capital reserve, which is 20% of your profits, which you need to keep in a tonnage tax reserve, by which you need to buy an Indian flagship, which you can't sell for 3 years. And of course, there are other restrictions like, training, manpower and all. Because the focus again at that point in time was not to attract international shipping, but to actually see that you're giving these SOPs to your own, your own capital. And because they say it's internationally competitive or you want to be internationally competitive. So you're trying to extract as much back from that as you can. So I'll just speak 2 lines on what a ship owner would look at. He would look at stability, he would look at the tonnage tax structure, and he would look at the riders with the tonnage tax, which are actually quite substantial in the second and the third case. So I think that's what is most of the time deal breakers for an international tonnage to come into a closed registry.
Wonderful. Thank you so much. I think there are lots of good takeaways. I'm not even going to try and summarize all the wisdom that Mr. Oza has shared with us today. So, but here I think I just want to bring in Gaurav here, who's been studying this whole international tonnage tax system across different countries. So, from the studies that you've done, and we've been discussing this for some time, what is the sort of things that we are looking at in terms of greening, in terms of reserves, in terms of intrusionary sort of things, and methods of calculation of tax across different domains, if you can tell us in 5 minutes.
See, since morning I'm attending these sessions, and there are 2 words they are regularly coming up. That is certainty and trust. So that is, we just heard these words from Mr. Oza as well. He said that every ship owner would look for certainty and trust. And that is what is the founding stone, or probably the basic stone of creating a taxation system, or probably the tonnage taxation system. So first of all, there must be a certainty. So which, as you mentioned in your slides as well, there are 2 models primarily. So first model would be wherein you have some notional numbers to the gross weight of the ship, which are multiplied by the number of operational days. Now, though we do have some kind of certainty here, but it is again open to litigation. What are the number of operational days? If a ship was sailing only for the half a day, how will you, interpret that? Then there are a lot of compliances which are, getting along with it. So you will have to create all those logs, all those data, and there would be someone who would scrutinize it to see whether you have paid the right amount of tax. Whereas in model B, you are simply fixing the amount of income for the registered weight or the gross weight. And then you have a notional income at the end of the day, irrespective of the number of days you have operated the ship or not. So that gives you a certain amount of certainty that being a ship owner, probably you will see that end of the year, I'll have to pay this much amount of tax for this registered weight, and that's done. And I don't have to think more that is it, you can simply, bring it in your cash flows and all those things, and you can forecast your profits and everything, and then probably you can go forward and set your freight rates, because that becomes the cost. Tax is anyway a cost. So that cost, when it is certain and you have that kind of trust on the regulator that this is not going to change for different reasons, whether it is, change in interpretation or probably some kind of audits, or someone is coming and challenging you on the mode of computation, then you have those, clear-cut cost that could be built in their cost system, and they can again, recover it from their customers. So that is one. That is primarily one. Secondly, if you see in most of the regimes, like you also rightly said, that it is not about tax optimization. It is about maximization of the net tonnage. So when it is maximization of net tonnage, tax, even if it is optimized, you ultimately end up earning a lot of amount of money. Like Mr. Oda said, that some of the countries are doing it only for the purpose of earning money. But when your net tonnage goes up, you also have to look forward to certain things like, whether you are supporting your environment. The Honorable Minister, Mr. Gadkari, also said that we also have to look forward to the ecology and the environment of the country. So if you would notice, some of the countries like Singapore, they provide incentives for green shipping. There are countries like Malta who levies surcharge on old ships or polluting ships. So the entire methodology is around, keeping the environment clean and probably incentivizing the green shipping policies. So my take on this would be that any taxation system has to probably originate from the need of doing business and ease of doing business. So as I generally say, that we have tried Made in India, we have tried Make in India, we have tried Atmanirbhar Bharat. Now this is the time we should try Sail from India.
Lovely. Thank you so much. So my next, taking on from 2 points, Mr. Samuel, if I may call you that, taking on 2 points from what Gaurav mentioned on 2 particular aspects. One is the role of environmental compliances and taxation. For example, we are now seeing Zemba, we are seeing the Poseidon principles in the market, which are driving the way finance is to happen. And similarly, I think maybe, that's for you to tell us, how do you see taxation as an instrument by which the shipping industry can become more decarbonized, more familiar, and how do you see, like for example, I mentioned, Greece has a penalty on older ships. So if you have a very liberal taxation regime in India, we might end up having all the old ships in India. So how do we sort of balance that? Should we have a discussion on tonnage tax regimes for modern technology ships, or a tonnage tax regime for older ships and for newer ships? So any thoughts on this?
Yes. So thank you very much for having me. I think that question sits at the nexus of policy and environmental and also tax, environmental use of environmental incentives and tax administration. So for example, when you're tweaking your tax, what you want to do is there's some levers you can tweak, right? So it's either you reduce your effective rate, right? Or you tweak your amortization schedule for depreciation, and then, or you actually allow some more deductions, right? So that's how policymakers can use tax policy as an incentive for making ship owners to go greener, so to speak. So I'll start with the first one. So for example, if policymakers were able to take a look at from examples and say, okay, we would like ship owners to get, to use newer technology, right? And then reduce the effective tax rate, because now the class of your vessel is now in a higher or a lower, a higher CII tax bracket in terms of carbon intensity, right? So then you're taxed less, right? So that reduces your effective tax rate. So that's a way to incentivize that. Another way, of course, is to say, okay, hey, now you have a lower, better tax, vessel, right? You can amortize, depreciate that faster. You know, incentivize that so people can actually keep more, get more profits and keep that. You know, so that's another way that tax policymakers are looking at to see how, and that's what they should be doing to accelerate depreciation on newer, greener vessels, right? And then, of course, deductions, right? So if I modify my vessel, I make some green changes to my vessel, I should be able to write that off, faster, get some deductions from that. Or if I do some form of, I use R&D, I partner in some R&D universities and things like that to actually be able to get some write-offs for that, as long as it's geared towards greener and environmental friendly. And of course, I'm an LNG company, so I'm always obviously going to mention that we want people to move more and more towards LNG, and we're seeing that because it's greener, the vessels themselves have better CII ranking, and so therefore there's an incentive for people to use more LNG and buy more LNG trucks. And as a corollary to that, I should mention that we recently signed an MOU with the state of Goa. We are investing about $400 million in an LNG facility in Goa, and in conjunction with our investment partners and co, hoping to come on stream 2027. And so therefore, that brings into focus what we hope that ship makers and ship owners in India will focus on: LNG bunker vessels and things like that. And hopefully that will also help the policymakers, both in the state level and national level, to encourage that by giving better tax benefits. Some of those benefits that they are able to depreciate it faster. Encourage people to actually join that. So, to answer your question, yes, environmental levers can be an effective tool to promote greener and more effective technologies in the shipping industry and in shipping space. Thank you.
So there's a connection between the applicable tax and the sustainability and environment aspect. That's a pretty good connection. So, that we're really running out of time, but I must give my two other panelists an opportunity to speak about it. I'm not sure if you can see this slide behind you, but no, neither is that TV screen particularly useful. But just to recap, we've been discussing Model A and Model B, and this is to both of you. What would be, Captain Gomez, let me start with you. What would be the three sort of factors in the calculation method, or the minimum trading obligation, the requirement for tonnage tax reserve, or all the other things that you say, registration fees, accounting, or amendment. So, apart from that, the tonnage tax regime also puts other sorts of conditions which are not directly related to taxation, but it is directly related to your operational efficiency. So on that question, if you can just make three suggestions on which among these factors, whether it's qualifying vessel, whether it's the qualifying ship, or whether it's the ownership, or whether it's sustainability, how should the tax structure be made that works to the objective of maximizing national tonnage? So, Captain Gomez, you may go first, and then I'll ask Vikasji to.
Thank you, Commodore. Thank you very much for having us here. It's a pleasure. To answer your question about A or B, we must understand that India is a maritime global hub. So tonnage tax is to encourage owners to flag in India. It could be an owner sitting in India, or it could be an owner abroad. So a lot of these countries following Model B, some of them are landlocked. They don't even have a seaboard. India has a very wide seaboard, eastern and western coast. We are not only a flagging nation, We are an owning nation. We import most of our cargoes, and they are all going to, 95% is going to foreign flag. So tonnage tax should be such that it attracts investors to invest in India, flag in India. And the most important thing is three aspects of the maritime global nation. Shipbuilding, which is a part of ship repair because shipbuilding is advanced nowadays. You have also seafarers who are sailing on ships. India is a big provider of seafaring country. So is China. And the third part is ship owning. So the tonnage tax regime, as we have it here in Model A, is attracting a company, an owner to register in India to be a qualified company and have a qualified ship. That becomes a relatively easier tax burden if he's a super profit company or he's earning well. So the accolades that go with tonnage tax A is that it has something about training, mandatory training of trainees that it's something linked to cabotage law, which Japan has and China have, that if you fly the flag, you pay the tonnage tax, but you have to comply with mandatory training. So it is in a way boosting what we have today. It does boost maritime interests as far as seafaring nation is concerned, which India's third largest seafaring nation. And also, I feel that in Singapore, which is earlier following System B, has since this year moved to System A. So following the likes of China, which is similar to India, in terms of India wants to get into shipbuilding. We are building smaller boats, smaller ships, barges, bunker vessels on the East Coast and some on the West Coast. So to policy, you have to change the policy to encourage this. And the fact that you follow the success story of a country which has so many maritime interests is Singapore and China. If you can replicate that, yes, the tonnage tax does need tweaking up. The rules are based on old systems, older systems. Just as we moved from the Merchant Shipping Act 1958, and after so many years, we've got the Merchant Shipping Act 2025, which is taking care of a lot of developments. So I do feel that it needs to be tweaked, and it's doing us good.
Wow. So quite a task ahead of us, but I think we should address each one of them with care. So Captain Vikasvij, I think you have a microphone here, whether this works or not. Yeah. What do you think are the three most important tweaks that we need to tonnage tax, if at all?
I'll try to give as little or as many, So.
As many.
So, as an owner, I'm not into tonnage tax as yet because I missed the bus. Once you are into corporate tax, then you cannot change over because you have already taken the depreciation for so many years. So probably if you want to encourage more ship owners to come under this, government will have to take a bitter pill that, okay, you have taken the advantage of this, but then we are opening a window and you get into the tonnage tax. Now coming to the changes, I would say, like he said, you have to park 20% of the reserves into buying new ships. That goes with the vision of India, yes, but that becomes a kind of a handicap also. That so much of 20% of my reserve money, if I have to keep for this, it becomes a handicap. So one has to look at that. I will not give any judgments. Some discussion has to take place on that. There is no statistics to say that how this tonnage tax, when it was introduced in India in 2004, from then till 2024, we have gone from 7 million GT, although the tonnage tax is on the NT actually, net tonnage. So from 7 to 14, this journey of 20 years, government likes to say that it is due to the tonnage tax introduction. It can be multiple reasons. So very debatable that way. But now I want to tell that one big aspect that since the focus of government, the present government is to increase to India-controlled tonnage. and overseas Indians, NRIs, and people of Indian origin also to partake in with Indian entities. It doesn't have to be 100% Indian entity ownership. I think the whole ecosystem is developing with the focus also on shipbuilding, that there is a government focus that we want to have another 1,000 large ships um, by 2030, another 5 years from now. It's not a very big number, but it's realizable. So considering that, I think there is a need to relook at how the tonnage tax is right now, and we can take from various models. One last thing I would like to suggest is that model A and B, I wouldn't go into the micro of it, but at a macro level, in India, we have seasonal operation. And many coastal ships are on the service kind of a vessel, like dredgers, tugs, offshore vessels. I have those kind of vessels. So they operate in certain seasons only. Now, if you say the tonnage tax is based on NT, this is your total net tonnage, and multiplied by 365 days, it will be a different figure. But when you say that, okay, during the monsoon, the ships are not going to operate in India, whether it's a cruise industry, which is also on the upswing going to be, as per government focus, then you will have to see the realistic thing that how many days of operations will be there. So even if you come to a realistic number, that this is so many rupees per year, now it is so many rupees per day, and then you have to see that how many number of days you have really operated, which is a very tedious task. There can be a lot of jiggery-booggery in that, actually, I would say. So we have to trust the owner for that. But if you want to make it a single-digit number that per year so much, then you may take it on a base model of, say, 270 days operation or something. Because monsoon does affect. As per the theoretical figures, it affects for 4 months on the west coast and 8 months on the east coast, actually, which is not realistic. That is based on some British data. Now the weather forecast is available. The number of days you can really operate can be taken somewhere around 270 days or something. So since we are into the expansion mode of Make in India, and making the entire ecosystem is developing, more number of ships being built for the rest of the world, it's real time to really look at the revisit tonnage tax. Without giving any special, I cannot, because it has to be a debate with lots of people involved in it, and this has to be taken to the ministry then.
I think the key point is there's going to be a lot of debate, but the start point of every debate is to begin with a session like this, where we had varied views on what the way forward could be, and what are the challenges on both sides. There are pluses and minuses, but discussion and dialogue will make it happen. Our own Tonnage Tax Act is already 21 years old, so I think it's ripe for review. And maybe,
one more data, for example, it starts with the bracket of 1,000 tons. Suppose you are up to 1,000 tons. So it's 70 rupees per net tonnage. It comes to about it's 70 rupees per 100 tons. So if you calculate on 365 days basis, it comes to a total tax of 2.5 lakhs, up to 1,000 tons. 2.5 lakhs about, if I'm right. And if you see a 25,000, I think in your slide one figure was 11,000. I tried to calculate quickly. That comes to about 42 lakhs for 25,000 NT, which is not very large actually. It's quite a stimulus for people to really come to the tonnage tax. But a new opportunity is important on this. And last thing is inland waterways vessel. The bill is passed in 2025 in Parliament. From 1st April 2026 onwards, the IV vessels also can be registered under this. So a lot more is going to come in.
Good. So I think we have a very good round of discussion. I think everybody is waiting to go home. So I'll conclude the session here. I'm not going to put down any takeaways and all of that. They're all in my head, and some of it will be in your head too. But please join me in thanking my very distinguished panel for their contribution today and staying on till the end of the session. Thank you.
And with that, we conclude the final session for today. Yet an impactful session and so great to hear the views from our panelists. Let's give them a huge round of applause. Before we conclude for the day, I request Commodore Sujit to kindly present the mementos to our panelists. I would like to invite Captain Vikas. Please come forward and accept the memento from Commodore Sujit. Let's all hear you clap for Captain Vikas. Next, I would like to invite Mr. Amit Oza. Please come forward and accept the memento. Let's hear it for Mr. Amit. Next, we have Mr. Gaurav. Please come forward and accept the memento. Let's all hear it for Mr. Gaurav. Next, I would like to call Mr. Samuel on stage. Please come forward and accept the memento. Let's all clap for Mr. Samuel. Last but not the least, Captain Sanjay Gomes, please come forward and accept the memento. Let's all hear it for Captain Sanjay Gomes. Requesting all the panelists to kindly come forward for a group picture. With that, we conclude all the sessions, all our impactful and insightful sessions for the day. This day wouldn't have been possible without the effort and dedication of Center for Maritime Economy and Connectivity and their team members. A huge shout out to Dr. Jaswant Singh Kain, Ms. Diksha, Ms. Shagun, Ms. Vanshika Goel, Ms. Namita Mittal, Commodore Sujit, and Commodore Dr. Sishir. Let's all hear it for the team members. Lastly, I would like to thank all the members who were present here today for all the sessions. I hope you had a lot of takeaways to take with you today. Hope to see you tomorrow and have a great evening. Thank you. Requesting CMEC team members to quickly come on stage for a group picture. Requesting all the CMEC members to quickly come up on the stage for a quick group picture.